Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon. And for those watching in, welcome to the November 9th meeting of the Basalt Town Council. We're going to start with a work session, and we are very honored and pleased to have staff, including the CEO of Aspen Skiing Company, here to talk to us tonight about the coming season and how propitious. It's starting to spit rain. I just saw the forecast. 4 days of steady accumulation was the word I read. So. But then I looked at the footnote, and it was like Steamboat Springs was so we're hoping they'll be good. So welcome, Mike. Good to see you guys. Thanks for coming. Love to hear about what's cooking and what we can do at the town of Basalt to make sure we all have a great winter.
Sounds good. Thanks, Bill. Thanks all of you for having us. Hello, I'm Mike Kaplan, President and CEO of Aspen Skiing Company. It's been a while since we've been here, so happy to be back. And just to, answer the question why we're here, I think, Bill pretty much answered it, but I just want to make sure we're, maintaining open communication channels and sharing with you our sort of latest and greatest thinking and information, and we'd love to hear your feedback and what you guys are hearing. So that's the goal, and I am joined by my esteemed colleagues here. Jim Lang, who you're going to hear from, he's our Chief Human Resources Officer. Michael Miracle is in charge of community engagement. You also hear from him. And then Rhonda Dershowitz, our Chief Legal Officer and co-COO, who you won't hear from, but she's here to help answer questions. And she lives down the street, I guess, so she figured she'd stop here on her way home. And then finally, the newest member, again, of our team. Have we announced this yet? Okay, well, Chris Kiley is here as well. And Chris is going to be taking over as Senior Vice President of Planning as Dave Corbin has recently retired, much deserved retirement. So we've got the full team. Pretty exciting. Yeah, welcome back, Chris. Very, very cool. So
this is too weird.
I wasn't going to say anything. Bill hired Chris whenever. 20 years ago or 25 years ago?
Mysterious.
Good job, though.
Yes.
So next slide. We've been, I think, all of us, probably in the whole world, for sure in this community, been, I think, sort of, what's the word? In some ways, almost shell-shocked by the last couple years, where we went from this shutdown, this total uncertainty about when we were going to reopen, how we were going to reopen, like leave our houses, right? To, we're slowly able to get open, to all of a sudden, holy cow, the Roaring Fork Valley is the place people want to be, and they've realized they can spend more time here, they can work from here, they can, the kids can go to school from here, and I think we have really sort of seen this huge sort of shift from nothing to 120 miles an hour in a very short period of time. And I think all of us are, I think stepping back and reflecting like, what's going on? And then all of us as leaders, I think it's up to us to understand, what is temporary, what is permanent, how do we plan for this, how do we try to get in front of this, and it's difficult. So the first message I've sort of been sharing with people is stop, remain calm. I won't play the video, but you can imagine the video from Animal House, I think it was. Like, oh, do we have it? No. Oh, yeah. So, oh yeah, that's the Talking Heads guy, but we don't know how we got here. We know that, and then but it's actually Kevin Bacon, right? He's getting run over by everybody. He's like, remain calm, and everybody's just running around like sort of chaotic. And in some ways I feel like that. It's like, there's huge amount of, again, with total shutdown, so there's pent-up travel demand, pent-up get-together with your family demand, pent-up reunion, pent-up, go do this and that. And so we had this rush come back to us, I think, in this valley this summer. And again, how much of it is permanent, how much is temporary, how much it is a real change in visitor patterns, a real change in lifestyles to be determined. So we have a few more thoughts on that, but I don't know, I think it's helpful just we all step back and get perspective and try to keep that perspective the best we can The next slide is a reminder of that. We were not alone. This wasn't an issue specific to us. I think all the special places in the world that you could get to experienced a lot of this. So similar headlines in other destinations, you know, the beaches, the national parks, all saw huge visitation. Hawaii, when it reopened, you know, a huge flood of people going in. I think we're starting to see that now as international travel opening up. People have been going outbound, and I'll talk a little more about whether or not we're going to anticipate and see that international travel coming inbound. And at the same time, we know that COVID's not over. It's obviously not over. It's something that we're all having to manage to and deal with that ongoing uncertainty and those issues. We're seeing that in the state right now. The state is really popping up, and I think our hospitals, ICUs are at 90% of capacity, and we're going into winter going, you know, that's a concern, and we've got to take it seriously. Obviously, the other issues I think we're all facing is housing. It's really at a crisis level, and we've all in this valley been struggling with it for a long time, but it's at never before seen levels of shortage, I think I'd say. So I think it's incumbent again on all of us as leaders to really be thoughtful about what are these solutions, short and long term. We're doing a lot of scenario planning. We're looking at what tech we can implement right now to try and reduce our what we call labor intensity, the number of people we need to offer skiing, to offer you know, a meal on the mountain, whatever it is. And the good news is we learned a lot last year, right? We had all that touchless transactions out of necessity, people going direct to fill in the blank. And we saw it, again, throughout the community. People were doing it in restaurants and obviously in the ski area and throughout. But I think that's here to stay, is something I think we need to keep planning on going forward, is reducing this labor intensity for the things we offer and the jobs we have to do. Next slide. You know, I touched a little bit on this, but looking ahead, I'd say the big question mark is international travel for this winter. We really had none last year, and we felt it. Last year, January, we had a really tough time. We were at the depths of the COVID depression, I'd say. You know, we're at red levels of spread. We were shut down for dining in Picken counties indoors. It was really, really difficult, and we had a big drop-off in business. We already were going to have that because, as we all know, in January we typically have a lot of Australians and Brazilians here. They couldn't really come at all. So the good news is, while COVID's been persistent, the vaccines are working and they're becoming more and more available. And the announcement, well, actually the opening up of international travel was yesterday, I believe, November 8th, so that international customers could come here. We're going to see what happens, but for now we're assuming January is the month that's in play and one we're going to have to work to try and fill and make sure we're able to bring business here. Next. That said, I think we have a lot of tailwinds going into this winter. I think we as a community, I think all of us, you know, really came together and, you know, showed the world that this is a great place. This is a place that can live up to its brand, to be who we say we are, even in these tough times. And this headline showed it. Again, the community came together to host World Championships, Free Ski World Championships, pretty amazing. We had the National Championships at the end of the year. We really saved the competitive season in a pre-Olympic year. Remember, we're in Olympic this year. Is a really, really important time for all those teams and athletes to be able to not only work on all their skills and make sure they're advancing, but to do a lot of the qualifying work that they need to do to, again, make sure they've got Olympic teams who are ready to go. You know, I think it also proved, as we saw, that this community is really resilient and really attractive, and people want to invest in it. And the investment didn't really stop, whether it was in the form of, you know, real estate investment. We're seeing the real estate prices obviously pop, but we're seeing in sort of the brand and the vision and the idea and the people who are attracted to this place. I know you're going to hear more about, you know, potential investment in this community here. in the old Clark's Market space, right? And that's a good example of it. We're seeing all the activity in Willits is really phenomenal to see. And, we've got the hub open, Takaw opens, fantastic. Looks like the surgical center is progressing quickly. It's phenomenal, the amount of investment that's taking place. And you're also seeing it in the form of tenants. People want to set up shop here and do business here. So I think that's powerful. Go to the next slide. Just looking more closely at this year, we do.
Is that Pat O'Donnell?
It could be, huh? They all have that posture, don't they? It's our 75th anniversary, and we think that's another tailwind for this year. It's a huge deal, something we really plan to celebrate. But it's also, I think it's, again, something that causes us to reflect, 75 years of business, who are we today, and who does that mean we are tomorrow? And we sort of use this word heritage, innovation, and actually Auden hates it. He's not here, okay. But it's meant to be that juxtaposition, we want to honor our past, but we want to, embrace the future and stay relevant and modern. And that's sort of I think a good sort of motto for how we're thinking about this year. We're going to be looking back and looking ahead. And it really is the background in which we felt like it was time to update our brand, and I'll give you a little bit more info on that in a minute. But I think an important part of looking forward and moving forward and the realities of doing business today and everything that's going on, as we talked about with labor supply, and Jim Lang will talk more about, it's really important, next slide, that our photos in the future reflect a much broader and diverse customer base. And we're working hard on that. I think the entire community is, as I've said to others before, if you're not working on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, you need to start today. It is where we're all headed. It's the secret to being a successful organization, to have diversity of opinions and backgrounds. And it's we know it's not easy in a community like this, in this valley, so we'll have to work harder to do it. But I'm convinced if we put our heads to it, we can and we will. We're committed to being known for DEI, as renowned for DEI as we are for sustainability, and that's why we're pushing hard on that. And we have a pretty good head start for this winter, because we have National Brotherhood of Skiers coming in February. That's the largest ski group in the country, and obviously the largest group of color. And they come and they have a good time, and they really want to immerse themselves in the community. I've spoken to Henry Rivers. He's the guy on the far left, who's the president of NBS, and they're fired up, and they're excited about what this community is doing. And I'd urge you guys to get involved and make sure you're rolling out the red carpet for this group, and making sure they want to come back and keep coming back. So that's a cool opportunity in this day and age. Next, I think this sort of sets up some of the thinking around brand. We haven't evolved our brand. I think since Bill Kane was an employee of the Aspen Skiing Company, it'd been a while. And I think it is obvious from my comments that we all have to evolve and continue to change and develop and make sure we're staying relevant. So the next slide sort of shows how we sort of look back, and that the leaf on the left is the original Herbert Bayer design logo, and strongly the aspen leaf with the snowflake inside. And then you can see how it evolved over the years. Bring the ski tips in, moving the leaf around. Then we get to the much more stylized leaf. And then in some ways just sort of bringing it back to its core in a lot of ways. And in some ways sort of a minimalist interpretation of that original Herbert Bayer leaf. And if you go to the next slide, one of the things we like about it is, if you look at this text, and occurs in here like at least 4 times, right? And I think that's a good reflection of who we are and what we're about. We are not just a fill in the blank, right? We are not just about skiing. We are not just about fishing. We are not just about, whatever our individual passions are. It's this unique intersection where we do sort of all the above. And so the concept of this logo having this open space in the middle, being a window where you can represent so many of those things, we think gives it flexibility. But the the broad outline keeps it bold and powerful, and represents sort of that statement of, again, who we are looking back, and leaves open this window of possibility moving forward. Next slide. And as we go into the season, it's about, it seems, maybe it doesn't seem easy to just change the logo. It's hard. But if we went around and did an inventory, and our logo appears in, not counting the uniforms, I think it's like 3,000 places or something. So going around, trying to identify where all those are, pulling them down, and then pulling back from that. Do we really have to have a logo every little place, right? And so we're pulling back from that. We're going to have a reduced number of logos, especially in this first year. So I think it'll be a cleaner, simpler look. But we are rolling out it in a broad way, so that it's going to be prevalent this year. These are obviously some of the examples. And if you go to the next slide, drill a little deeper. The big one is, some of the most visible are the gondolas. This is the Aspen Silver Queen gondola, straight up leaf, a little bit offset, pretty similar to what it was, just the new leaf. But if you go to the next slide, you can see Snowmass is a little different interpretation of it, a little more abstract, a little more playful. And this also represents how we're thinking about our brand, that we want one bold unifying leaf, but we really want to bring out the individuality of each of the four mountains, the individuality of everything that happens in this community, actually. And so we call them sort of mountain spirits. We want to build on that, and that's why. So there's this common thread, but real individuality is the goal with the brand. Go ahead and next slide. And I'd say the most visible representation of the brand is the uniform. We'll have, I think it's about 3,000 mountain employees, Jim can correct me, wearing this uniform. And it's pretty cool. It's something we've talked about for a long time. Uniforms are hard in this business. 3,000 times 3 pieces, plus all the different sizes and the backstock. It's a lot of pieces. It's complicated. No two ski pros have the same opinion on, breathability versus waterproofness versus insulation versus, cut and all that. So it's a real challenge. And so we decided to make it harder, and we're doing it ourselves. So we're not working with a brand, and we produce this ourselves in partnership with a company called 686, but it's going to be totally our logo, our brand, really produced from the bottom up based on the demands and input of our employees. So that's going to be fun and cool, and as you can see, a little bit of a different look. And then finally, we've got a big activation around the 75th. If you look at the next slide, we're as I said already, right, celebrating our 75th anniversary by honoring the past while inspiring the future, and we're treating it as like a season-long journey of storytelling is the idea. And if you go to the next slide, example of that, we're counting down the 75 days before January 11th, which is our official, when that photo was taken, January 11th, 1947. And each of those numbers is going to represent a specific event. So the next slide you'll see, I think we're 11 days into it right now of this storytelling. And so this post on the left, that's from Instagram. That's today's post. 1964 means we're 64 days from that anniversary, and 1964 was the day that the Wilderness Act was passed. And these three women from the Roaring Fork Valley really took a leadership role to make sure that happened and make sure we protected 80,000 acres of 70, I wrote it down here, 70 or 80,000 acres of wilderness around the Maroon Bells. Pretty phenomenal and pretty cool. So, and then you can see the some of the samples of some of the other things you can look forward to, Gay Ski Week, and looking back to the great Cloud9 ski jump and things like that. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's pretty fun. I find myself looking at it every day and learning something new every day. Next slide. And then we're also going to work on individual events and just really bring the 75th to life in just about everything we do. So the next slide lists some of those. Obviously, we're in the countdown now. We're going to do stuff around the opening. December is going to be Sustainability Month on Aspen Mountain. We got the official anniversary on January 11th. We're hoping to have the governor come and our ownership be there and recreate that photograph and really celebrate the 75 years that have been. And then looking ahead, we're going to have a really cool show at the Wheeler Opera House. I'm not even sure how to describe it. It's sort of it's almost, it's like a modern take on theater. Maybe Michael can talk more about it, but it's really a great and fun lineup. So I think we're in a really good spot to, as I said, celebrate the past, embrace where we're at, and be looking ahead in a positive and constructive way. We're going to talk, as I said, more about some of the challenges, staffing, and some of the community issues, but that's sort of a backdrop of how things look for this winter. Any questions for me before I hand it to him? Yeah,
Impressive stuff.
nice too.
Very neat. Council, any kind of comments, questions? We got a chance to engage with these guys. We ought to take advantage of it. So, no, it's stunning. I think it starts with the logo, which but I think what you'll find in our town is a pretty high degree of alignment with a lot of what you guys stand for these days. So we're from the government. We're here to help. And why is that funny? I don't.
The way you say it. It's just the way you say it.
No one believes you.
Yeah, no, you.
So, no, this is great stuff. We're very excited. We're very excited you're in town, by the way. I think, we couldn't be happier with the office arrangements here, with the little juice that your staff create for the downtown. Just great to see happy, smiling faces and people in, I won't say bars, I'll just say restaurants. We never see them in the bars. But it's a great relationship, and we really look forward to just building it over time. We have a lot of housing initiatives. Your 56-unit hub is off to a roaring great start. And so, we should stay in close touch. We got great alignment, and we have opportunity to work together and partner up on things. So this is all fabulous stuff. So, guys, comments, questions, you got Mike Kaplan here.
They got more to offer. I'm not going anywhere. So.
Gary.
Well, to me, this is, it's great that you guys are here. I love being able to partner on all these things, but the one thing we didn't really talk about that I'd love to hear about is childcare, because I think that's a piece of this puzzle with housing that has got to go hand in hand with each other. So.
Yep. Jim's going to touch on that a little bit.
Michael's got it behind you, so.
Oh, sorry.
He's
Michael.
making funny
Yeah.
things on your head.
Yeah. So, yeah, maybe we should let them,
Sure.
share more, because I stood in for Aaron and did the marketing piece. How'd I do? I do okay on marketing. But we're going to do community and employment and housing and stuff like that, too. Cool. All right.
Nice.
Come on up, Jim.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Jim.
Good morning. Yep. Fun and easy stuff next. Okay, no more joking. It's serious. I'm going to talk to you about housing and staffing. Two topics, apparently, but we can't talk about one without the other. They really go hand in hand, and more so every day. It's been an evolving crisis, the housing in particular. And as Mike mentioned, through COVID in the last couple of years, it just hit warp speed, and we're just, it's really at a critical level. We've been putting a lot of time and effort into it, but you can't pick up a paper or read an article or go online without hearing about it. Everywhere, every business you pass has a sign, every commercial is advertising it, from Amazon to FedEx to, et cetera, et cetera. You guys know that. We want to talk about what's going on here. We want to give you a little glimpse into our world, what we've been doing, what our plans are, and we want to thank you also. Hub, you mentioned the Hub. It's awesome. Thank you, guys. We did put some housing units in for child care providers. Michael will get more into child care when he speaks. But anyway, it's exciting. So today I want to talk, hop ahead there, thank you. Just give you a quick idea what our current housing inventory is. Talk a little bit about the history and the investments we've made. Talk about some of the headwinds we're dealing with, everyone's dealing with, some of the tailwinds, and then some of our potential solutions and how Basalt could maybe factor into that. So thank you again. Next slide, thanks. The Currently, we have 1,013 beds that we either own or manage. That's includes everything from single-family homes. In Basalt, we have over or in the Mid-Valley, mostly in Basalt, we have over 350 beds alone. So we've pushed real hard. In fact, that covers about 50% of all the employees that live in this area. I'm not saying they're all in employee housing, but we've got some pretty good coverage in the Mid-Valley area also. We've made a lot of progress. I've been here for 26 years. When I got here, I had 72 beds to allocate, and 63 of them were seasonal. That was it. Thanks to our ownership and foresight and a lot of pushing and encouraging, and from Bill too, thank you. We've made a lot of progress. We're getting there. It's really about our employees' quality of life, but doesn't come cheaply, as you know. We've spent over $100 million. If we had to replace it today, it'd be probably double that number. So we've taken it very seriously. Of that number, we've got about 750 of our beds are seasonal. And what's interesting about that, or what I love to point out, is almost all of those beds are incremental. They were built from the ground up. We get calls all the time. You guys want to buy this apartment building or this house or whatever. Our focus and our philosophy is to add beds, not just shuffle the chairs around or slice the pie up into different pieces. So we did it with the hub, we did it with the campground, we did it in Snowmass years ago. All incremental, and none of it was required. It was all voluntary. So we're pleased with that. That said, we're going to need about double that number of seasonal beds just to maintain our current business model. The beds have been evaporating very quickly from the valley. They're not going away. They're just going to different people. So, and I'll explain that. You know, I say despite our best efforts, the inventory in the valley's been shrinking. And there's a lot of reasons for that. COVID's a big one. We had a lot of people come, and they never left. You know, they've been able to work remotely. Thank you. Oh, you can jump ahead. They've been able to work remotely. You know, layer on top of that the gray market, as we call it, with VRBO, Airbnb. Everyone is able to rent their places for shorter periods of time for more money, less wear and tear. And the beds, particularly for seasonal employees, have just been evaporating left and right. And for locals in general. We've had many of our employees call us asking for leads or to move into our employee housing because their place was sold or the rent went up by 30 or 40%. So it's a big deal right now. I think it's important to point out also, while we've added a lot of beds, we haven't added a lot of headcount. In fact, our headcount has been virtually flat for the past couple decades. We've had some ebbs and flows. We did sell the Snowmass Club years ago, but overall, we're bouncing right around a 4,000 peak headcount in winter season and about 1,500 on a full-time year-round basis. So we're not just playing catch-up, we're actually eating away at the problem a little bit. You know, what else is affecting it? The real estate market that followed the remote working and the people visiting here, the exodus from urban centers over COVID. We also have an aging population. So we've got an amazing group of employees. We have over 500 employees with more than 20 years of service and over 200 employees with more than 30 years of service. It's amazing. It's also a problem because as they retire, not a problem, but it creates a housing problem down the road, because as they retire, their replacement employees certainly can't afford the homes that they purchased 10, 20, 30 years ago. So unless we build more beds, we're losing ground there. And we're not alone. I mean, that's happening everywhere. APSHA's experiencing that, particularly with retirees staying in the housing that they won in a lottery. It means less and less turnover, less and less beds for people to move into, even in APSHA housing. So, and it's no longer possible to make the leap from affordable or APSHA housing into free market housing. It's very, very difficult. So we can't buy our way out of this by wages alone. We know that. We figured that out a long time ago. So we figured we'd manipulate the economics with capital investments. Otherwise, we're just making the landlords richer. So More headwinds on the staffing front. Everyone knows this, so I'll be brief, but we've had the great resignation. Last year, we lost 100% of our J1s and H2Bs. That was a few hundred people. That's a big number. That's tough to replace domestically or in the valley. We did get a little bump from some of the college kids taking a gap year, so that helped us, but that's gone. We are going to get some J1s and some H2Bs, but we're definitely tempering our expectations because there's no guarantees at this point. We're also fighting, the increase in full-time year-round residents in the valley. More people moved here, more people want cleaning services, cooks, house, maintenance, contracts, et cetera. And so those people that live here are now working for private residences, and everyone else is feeling the pinch there. We basically the entire valley's feeling it, but we're in essentially a zero-sum game. If we hire someone, usually we're hiring it from someone else who already lives in the valley and is working for someone else. We've had our employees hired away, we've hired employees away. In the short term, it's good for employees. Wages have gone up a little bit, but in the long term, it's not sustainable. So we do need to continue to work on and partner on solutions, and particularly on housing solutions, because you can't hire a body without a bed in the bottom line. Finally, we were just talking about this at a previous meeting, but this is going to likely impact the guest experience this winter everywhere. If you're short-staffed, you can't provide the same level of service. We felt it a little bit last year at the Uhlerhof. One of our restaurants we had to close a few times due to shortage of employees. Some of it was COVID-related, but it happened. We've had people say, well, what about this year? Are you going to limit access to the mountain? Are you going to shut lifts down? No, we're going to prioritize. Our plan, our desire is to keep everything open and running to the extent possible, but we're going to have to get creative with that. So how are we doing that? On the tailwinds, first thing we're going to do, and you'll be hearing about it later this week, we're raising our starting wage, not just a little, pretty significantly. We haven't announced it to our employees, so I'm not gonna tip my hand yet, but it's significant. And then we're going to increase second year, third year, fourth year employees also, so that we don't get wage compression or people leapfrogging over to the tune of a few $1 million. So it's a real initiative. We've also already initiated this year a number of targeted market pay increases. Technology's been moving like crazy. Trades have been moving like crazy, so we've adjusted those rates already. I'll be honest, it's helped a little, but it's a tough hiring market. So we are very thankful again. We have 150 new beds. At noon on June 8th, I believe it was, when we opened the hub, I got a text from our housing director, said 50% full at noon, first day. So, the demand is there. It was awesome. We are hopeful we're going to get some J1s and H2Bs back this year. We've gone to a vaccine mandate you probably heard about. Last year at peak, we had 124 people out on one day, either as a result of infections or close contact quarantines. 124 people, unpredictable, don't know where they're going to be. When you're short-staffed already, that was crushing. We're hoping to avoid that this year with the vaccines and mandate in place. We're also restructuring jobs. We're looking at jobs, really just guest specialists, and these jobs are going to follow the guest around. They might start in a rental shop, for example, the employee, where the guest starts their day, and then when that rush subsides, then they'll essentially follow the guest up, work on the mountain during the day in the restaurants, busing or whatever, and then at the end of the day, follow them back to the rental shop. We have to figure out how to do this with fewer heads, fewer beds. So that's what we're working on. Just for the record, our people want to be here. Our applications, last year was our record level, and we're 4% ahead of last year's number of applications. So we're doing okay right now. We're also pacing on our staffing comparable to last year, but what we don't know in this new world, this new paradigm, is when are we going to hit that brick wall. When are we gonna run out of beds in the valley? We know how many beds we have, but we don't know how many free market beds are out there. When we hit that brick wall, or when we're saturated or fully leased up, we're gonna not be able to hire any more employees, nor is anybody, frankly, in the valley. So that'll be a new experience for us this year, but we anticipate that. What else are we doing? Next slide, thank you. We're just trying to be creative. We're pushing part-time schedules. We're focusing on younger and older residences who might have some flexibility on schedules over the peak times, over the holidays, lowering our thresholds for benefits, particularly ski pass benefits. We're rolling out a program that Michael's been working on. We're gonna entice or reward locals to rent rooms to employees. And they'll get a financial benefit for that. We're renting a hotel in Glenwood Springs and providing free transportation to employees. It's a stretch, but, you know, when I got here 26 years ago, it was like, oh, you might have to live in Basalt, which I did. It was awesome. So, but now it's, oh, you might have to live in Rifle. So Glenwood Springs isn't looking too bad. Mike mentioned our DE&I, diversity, equity, inclusion. We're big focus on that, not just for the numbers, but just for the diversity and the diversity of thought and the diversity of guests that we hope it'll bring. So that's a big positive. We're looking at tech solutions, scheduling software. Last year we rolled out a pass benefit or a pass program that allowed you to touch-free pick up your passes outside ticket offices. It allowed us to also have fewer headcount, so it was a win-win. And then we're also focusing on retention. Retention. It's much easier to hang on to an employee than it is to find a new employee, especially if they're here and they have a bed. And the wage adjustments is a big initiative to support that. Anyway, I'll wrap it up here. I know you all know this, but I'd like to reiterate it. This is not a Aspen problem or a Snowmass problem or a Basalt problem. It's really a valley-wide problem. 65% of our employees live Basalt or below. Over 600 of our employees live in Basalt proper or in the zip code. So we are Basalt, and we need to work together on that. Public-private partnerships, huge. If we can get access to some land and some political will, we're all in on adding beds, because every bed we add takes a little more heat off the general population and everyone wins. I think we need to start talking about spending some APSHA dollars in the Pitkin County down here. I think there's a huge opportunity. And I'll close with, we talk about housing a lot. It's almost always focused on the full-time year-round employees, but if we don't take the seasonal employees into consideration, we're gonna all feel the impacts of that. We already are, but we're gonna feel it more and more and more. We've become more and more year-round communities, year-round resorts. So please keep seasonal employees in mind when you're having your housing conversations. So I think that's about it.
Well,
Thank
Jim,
you.
Excellent. That was a wonderful summary. You probably know this, but we will remind you, we were just successful and got support from our voters to raise some funds that we're going to be
Saw that.
bonding. Hopefully, it's going to be on a
At
little
$18
later on in
million
our meeting
total.
tonight. We're going to authorize the issuance of bonds for about $17 million. 6 of that is earmarked for affordable housing, which is not an incredible number in and of itself, but our goal is to leverage those dollars. And we're going to be talking to everybody that will listen: APCHA, Eagle County, Aspen Skiing Company, Habitat for Humanity. We just think that there's a big community of interest here. And the state, Paulus has just this week, issued a statement about the state's intent to match and fund. So, this is a start, but I think it could grow into a significant financial outcome and really help us in the Mid-Valley. So,
Thank you. That's
I think
terrific.
we should look forward to that.
That's terrific. Yeah, there were a dozen ballot initiatives last week.
I know.
Everywhere from Telluride to Leadville to,
Yeah.
Limiting short-term rentals, building up cash reserves to invest in employee housing.
Ours passed 73% to 27%. So, I think the public's
That's-
behind this.
yeah.
So, we've got
great.
a lot of
Congratulations.
help. So questions, guys? It was a lot of info.
Can I just ask one clarifying question? When you say seasonal employees, can you define that for us?
Seasonal is either a winter season or a summer season employee.
But is it both?
It's both, yes, it's both. In the winter at peak, as I mentioned, round number, 4,000 headcount. Roughly, that's not 4,000 full-time employees. We have some ski instructors that teach 2 or 3 weeks a year. We have some people that work 1 or 2 days a week, 3 days, everything. And then we patch together full schedules, 7-day-a-week full schedules. In the summer, obviously our numbers are much smaller. We have that about 1,500 full-time year-round, and then the summer with summer mountain operations, et cetera, we'll pick up again and maybe hit 1,800. So
But our beds are full in the summer too. It used to be we were out trying to scramble to fill them. Now they're oversold typically.
100% oversold. We used to sublease them out to the properties up Valley and the Institute, et cetera, and now they call and, sorry, we need them, because people can't find beds anywhere. So I know you know it, but thank you.
Other questions?
Should hear from Michael real fast and
Michael, you going to say a few words?
Yeah, I'll speed talk it because I know you guys are trying to get out of here.
Well, you don't want to get between us and dinner. That's really enough.
I'll have you go to the next slide. So my title that you just saw, Director of Community Engagement for the company. Some of you I've met, but most of you I haven't. So it's really great to be here in front of you like this. Ryan, you may not remember, but you gave it. You do. He saved me. We were part of the gas outage, and I was stealing a heater from Auden, and Ryan wanted to first make sure I wasn't robbing Auden's house, but then by the time I got to the bottom of the driveway, he had 2 more heaters sitting at the end of his driveway for him, which I gave to neighbors. That was very appreciated, a very, very noble Basaltine thing to do. My job is to kind of deeply understand issues of concern, both for the company and community, and look for alignment there. So that sort of the input side there, and the ear is me out listening and learning a lot. I'm going to run through real quick some of the stuff that I've been involved with and that has informed some of what I'm going to share next. So just sort of a greatest hits of my last couple of years. I was part of the Picken County did kind of a deep dive on residential growth. It was 8 weeks of looking at residential impacts and home size and how impacts can increase as home size does. That was an 8-week deal. I was part of, with Bill, the Aspen Institute's Transportation Forum. That was 18 months of work. I sat on RAFTA's Technical Advisory Committee to kind of help them look at what their service and what RAFTA should look like in 20 years. I'm on Picken County's Mental Health Steering Committee. I sit on Picken County's Housing Stability Committee, which has been very eye-opening because that deals with both homelessness, but also the unhoused, which is people who have jobs, who but can't find a place to live. So who may be, not your typical homeless profile, but someone who's working but just can't find a house, living in their van, something like that. I sit on ACRA's Public Affairs Committee. That's ongoing. That group has really started to look at ACRA, what destination management versus destination marketing, and what a resort community wants to be on balance. I've been very involved in short-term rental conversations. I'm going to share a little bit more about that. We had 2 CU students do a deep dive as their master's thesis 4 years ago now on short-term rentals, and kind of presented a policy matrix to the city of Aspen when they were first starting to talk about it. And I was part of the airport process for 2 years, it felt like. So I'll have you go to the next slide, and a recurring theme across all of those meetings and groups is this sense of feeling out of balance and wanting to do something about it. Go to the next slide. And then, one of the things I've sort of learned is, and this may sound obvious, some of it, but depending on which group I'm with, it's not always obvious, and that is kind of, what's happening, what's driving this. And of course, you know well that the population in this valley is growing. You're feeling that a lot here in the Mid-Valley. Some of the Upper Valley folks don't realize that. They want to assume that every problem is tracing to someone who's here for a week, and if they don't know you, then you're probably a tourist rather than someone who moved to Carbondale 15 years ago who they just might not have met yet. The urban exodus phenomenon, as the Upper Valley job generation grows, that's what's really creating the demand for employees, but it's everywhere. Also that residential is very different today than it was, even 10 years ago. Philip Sapino, the development director for the city of Aspen, gave a great presentation as part of his budget that kind of explaining how a building permit from today represents a much more complex, expensive, and workforce-intensive project than it did 10 years ago. So if you look at just sort of building permits 10 years ago versus today, the number is bigger, but it's actually a much, much different project that is being undertaken than it was 10 years ago. Then how, the shadow lodging sector, how dramatically residential has changed. It's, it has the potential, a lot of it, and Bill, you talked about this at the Transportation Forum, to really be functioning like a small lodge in a lot of cases. I'll go to the next slide.
We were going to rent out our lobby this winter for,
What's that?
we were considering renting out the lobby of Town Hall this winter for guests. I stole this slide from Philip Jeffries, our housing guy, but this is kind of, how we feel like the Valley's economy has changed, that it used to be two sectors kind of, coexisting side by side, and now the residential, high-end residential sector, called the second home economy in this slide, is really starting to cannibalize some of what has been our long-standing existing economy. It's not coincidental that they are teeth in that second home.
Right,
type.
yeah, it's turned into an angry Pac-Man. And go to the next slide. I think we understand that our we have a very distorted housing market here. That there is, I tell people, I think we have the most distorted housing market in the world. There are more dollars made outside of this economy expressing themselves within the housing market here than in any place in the world, I think. San Francisco has crazy housing prices, but it's because crazy money is being made in tech in San Francisco. The top end of the market here is being set by dollars that are mostly not made in this valley, and that is sort of the definition of a distorted market. And you've got geographic limitations, and then you've got the community's values that say, hey, we don't want to build to meet every level of demand. And if for the market to solve this problem, you'd have to completely satisfy second homeowner demand and build to that. And then your wealthiest residents in the valley, and then eventually you'd get to upper middle class professionals who are totally priced out. So that we know. I think what we haven't appreciated is the degree to which we are also starting to have a distorted job market. And Jim hit on this a bit, which is that high-end residential sector is becoming very attractive to move into as an employee. You probably know examples, you may be examples. I think what's happening, so the fishbowl on the left, that's a fish who's working at a daycare who wants to go on vacation next week. The fish jumping out into the sort of the new economy in the other fishbowl is going to join a fishbowl where they get paid $100 an hour. And that sort of economy that we've long had, and the economy that is growing, that is sort of defining us as much as we're defining it, is pulling jobs, and you can see, if you go to the next slide, how does that express itself? So this, Roaring Fork School District, 60 openings, Aspen School District, 24 openings. I don't know if you saw the article that said the superintendent is getting certified to drive a bus. The superintendent of schools in Aspen will be a bus driver in pretty short order. Rec Center, 24 openings, it's closed on Sundays. Every restaurant and hotel in the Upper Valley, really in the whole valley, help wanted signs everywhere. As Jim said, wages going up, but getting outpaced by the loss of housing and that sort of outsized buying power of the other sector. And so I think the question to us is starting to become, is this, do we want to be becoming defined by that? Do we want that economy to define us? Because on that list, you can see that it feels like the community is kind of stressing and breaking in ways that I don't think we want. So I am sort of asking, and not just you, but everyone who's having this conversation, to sort of start to consider our choices around what kind of housing we have, who it's for, in the context of what's the economy in the place that we want to be. Next slide. So, what to do? Well, we're trying. So, you've heard from all three of us about the hub. It's a housing solution. It's a childcare solution. Gary, you asked, as you know, there are 8 of the units we've self-deed restricted them for childcare providers. And it's a climate solution because it's an all-electric building. We made, as Auden has pointed out to me, what he believes is the biggest campaign donation to 5B. And then we donated the third member of our sustainability department, which I sit in with Auden and Hannah Berman, to really work on the campaign full-time to get it passed. And then Auden had to watch his kids a little more because his wife was on the campaign team too. So we were pretty dedicated to that. Something you might not know, we recently made a $300,000 pledge over 3 years to 2 different childcare projects. One is Valley Settlements, working with in-home providers to get that standard of care up to kind of a gold standard, so that's a no-build solution. It's out there. It's particularly prominent in the Latino community, but it is, we think, a high return on an investment to up the standard of care in a no-build way. And as sort of word spreads about that, we think more people will sign on and want to be a part of it. And then we are helping Blue Lake expand. And one of the things that we realized as we dug in on childcare is that sort of the first answer seems like build a big facility, but maybe that's not the most efficient use of dollars. And as we contemplated everything, and we're not opposed to being a part of something like that, but these 2 things felt like they were high return and a quick return on an investment. And then, sorry, I'm going to just speed through my bullets, and then you can ask questions. But I think one of the things I want to encourage us all to do is to sort of look for what the real underlying causes of our stressors are, and then look to redress them specifically, and also to realize that everything is connected. You can go to the next slide. And then one, I would say, again, because I've been digging in on it, like if you want to look for a meaningful dial that you might be able to grab and turn down that's going to have a meaningful impact, short-term rentals is a really good one to be looking at. And I know that, the list of bullets of what the bad things that it can do are there: loss of free market housing, job generation. It's getting factored into residential pricing. Aspen is just kind of tackling it. They're actually behind where you are in terms of requiring registration. They just did that back in December to get a handle on how much of it is out there. I understand that you did that all the way back in 2012. You were requiring registration for short-term rentals. Pitkin County is just getting started on it. Pitkin County, in their analysis, said that they've got between 1,700 and 2,000 units that are functioning as short-term rentals. Aspen, through its registration process, has identified 800. That's dozens and dozens of boutique hotels. And the unfortunate thing is that they are decoupled from our long-standing kind of resort infrastructure. If you let your lodging base just sort of spread as it chooses, not as you choose as a community throughout your residential sector, it's really hard for it to connect with your existing transit system. So we've spent decades getting that right. Then a technological platform has come along and kind of undone a lot of that really smart resort planning in fairly short order. And Glenwood, if you don't know, is really a model in this. So they started to require registration in 2012. Then in 2018, they said, this is a problem. We need to deal with this. They had the community conversation from 2018 to 2019, and in 2019, they put regulations in place. And from 2019 to 2021, they've reduced the number of short-term rentals in Glenwood Springs by 35%. So it can be done. We've got a model, and I'm not telling you what you should or shouldn't do, just that some of the conversations I've had suggest that it's too hard, but we've got a good example here of somebody who's done it. So,
Great.
And with that, I will breathe and let you ask questions or go eat dinner.
Great. Questions of Michael Miracle.
Oh,
This
I
is
will say
great
one more
stuff.
thing, which is I am here for you, and you should use me as a resource. So if tonight with a question or whenever.
That's good. Staff might want to follow up with you on some of these. You know, we're engaged in conversations right now about short-term rental, and you know, we've got a project on later on tonight. We'll be talking about it again. So I'm sorry we're running a little bit out of time. We
Yeah,
could
don't
do
worry.
this for a long period of time. This is fabulous. We really appreciate you coming, and you know, we have a lot to work on together. Rana, you didn't have a major sort of summary of legal actions. Great. Well, again, we really appreciate you being here. You guys are obviously extraordinarily valuable partners for the community, and you know, we're here to help. So,
And
Thanks,
we're
Bill.
about
We
to have
appreciate-
some money.
What's that?
We're about to have some money to partner with you guys, so let's make that happen.
Let's do it. I was gonna say, yeah, that's,
is Auden eating right now? What's this?
We don't let him eat anymore. No, he was okay with the vegetarian thing, so he doesn't get any of this.
exactly. No, again, this is obviously, there's a ton going on, right? Ton going on in the community, ton going on with our company, and I think all these challenges in front of us is gonna take us working together to tackle them together. So happy to share more, happy to come more often, happy to have, side conversations with staff or whoever to
Amazing
tackle
to
some
see
of the stuff.
Kylie. I mean, he's got beard and now he's got glasses too.
It's very distinguished.
Glasses. This is-
Distinguished.
California must have been rough. Good. Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Excellent presentation. So we're going to take a break here for a few minutes. You don't want a town council on a low blood sugar. Not a good idea. So we'll get something to eat and be back.
You're on.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Town of Basalt Town Council for November 9, 2021. We're just coming back from a little food break, and we had an excellent
Recording
work
in
session.
progress.
Pardon me. We had an excellent work session with Aspen Skiing Company officials earlier tonight, and identified many interesting areas where we can help and coordinate and cooperate to help the valley and housing area and employment. So it was a really worthwhile time. So we'll start the meeting with a roll call. Pam, please.
Absolutely. Let's begin with Ryan Fleck.
Here.
Elise Hoddle.
Present.
Thank you. David Knight.
Here.
Glenn Drummond.
Here.
Phil Infante.
Here.
Gary Tenenbaum.
Here.
And Mayor Kane.
Here, thank you.
Thank you. The A-team is present. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So our first order of business is to take on the consent agenda. Consent agenda tonight just consists of one item, which are the minutes for October 26, 2021. And I just want to take an opportunity to compliment the staff for a really concise and clear summary of what was a very difficult meeting at times to follow. And I really appreciate the quality of the minute taking, and I think we all do. So Pam, thanks a lot. Really was well done. So
Mayor, I move that the town council approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right. Consent agenda is approved. Next order of business is to hear from the public. So this is a time on our agenda where if you're a general member of the public and would like to address council on an item which is not on our agenda tonight, so we have lots of items on the agenda. So this is a time allotted for general comment. And we will take comment both from live audience and from people that would like to call in on our hybrid meeting process. So Susan, if you would be so kind, maybe remind people how they can call in if they want to address
Sure.
council.
You can either come up to the mic and speak, or two, the first page of, on the town's webpage, on the Agenda Center, there's a link to join the Zoom meeting, and then Pam can enter you into the meeting. Or you can telephone us at 1-346-248-7799, and the webinar ID is 853-5133-6357. And if you're having trouble, you can text me at 970-379-1514. And Grassroots has the information up on the television screen also. And I don't believe, Pam, that we have anybody on so far identified of the attendees that are for this item. I believe that Jeff Stoner is for the public hearing on Lot J. So if that's not the case, if he could raise his hand, that would be good.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience like to address council tonight? Okay, and we have no call-ins.
No Collins.
Okay. Well, we've got enough to do tonight, so we will move on, and at this point, take comment from the mayor or council reports, comments. Any comments from council reports? I'll just report on one thing. I know we have our next RAFTA meeting on Thursday of this week, and we will be taking up the first and last mile, which is a funding consideration for RAFTA. It'll be principally how to fund individual community requests. So our town manager has filed an application and a request for assistance with our pilot program to operate on-demand transit. So I will be keeping you up to date about that progress. But other than that, I don't have a lot of reports. So if they're not, yeah, Elise?
I already shared this with Ryan, but just for the rest of council, yesterday was the second meeting of the Climate Action Collaborative for Eagle County. And the decision was made to move forward on a countywide idling ordinance. Of course, we already have one, so we're in the unique position of leading on this one, which is kind of fun. So we will be providing our idling ordinance language and some kind of historic background on how we got there to the group for consideration, and then hopefully we'll benefit from some marketing and educational materials that they'll develop in order for the rest of the county to come on board. So,
Great.
and so thank you to the staff for help with that.
Great stuff, thanks. So with that, we will turn to the manager's report. Ryan?
Just a couple quick updates for you. So the first is this year Response. They were able to hold their second event, the Charity Classic, at the Roaring Fork Club. And they skipped a year because of COVID, but typically we allow organizations to hold those for 2 years for fundraising. So we will be looking at putting that out again and soliciting input or soliciting requests to hold that for next summer. So we'll be in communication with council about that. Last time we had a small group of staff and council review those and make recommendations. And then Chief Knott had asked me to make an announcement that on Thursday, November 18th, from 8 to 10 in the morning at Starbucks, there will be coffee with a cop. And so you can stop by, and I believe they are serving the coffee, and you can come in and chat with a cop. And if I'm not mistaken, is it all comped as well, or do they pay for it?
We pay for some, we pay for the non-designer drinks.
Yes, okay, fair enough.
Great.
Non-designer drinks are paid for by Chief Knott and his crew, so. That's all I have, Mayor, thanks.
Great. Well, thank you very much for that. So our next order of business, it looks like Cindy might be doing this remotely, but we are going to take up a presentation from our town finance director on third quarter financial statements. So is Christy doing this?
Yeah, Christy, it looks like she is on, and she is doing it from afar today.
There she is.
Hello, guys. Thank you. I'm going to keep this pretty brief. We've got just a lot of things on the agenda for tonight, but I'm going to go ahead and share my screen real quick and then go through the financials for you. Okay. So, okay. So the first part is we always have the graph, and there's, I mean, really compared to our June second quarter financials, they're pretty similar as far as how we're splitting up the revenues and the expenditures for the year. So we're still running a little bit over 60% sales tax for the year and 15% on property tax. Roughly about 75% of the town's revenues in those two sources, and everything else is the remaining 25%. And then looking by department, the public works facility really bolstered the public works and parks percentage to 43% this year. Usually they're not quite that high, but that's the reason why they're a little higher than normal. And then going down over to the right, you'll see, if I can, I don't know if I can move this or not. There we go, maybe, yeah. You can see our balances of our Colo Trust Plus, Prime, and Alpine Bank accounts, and that they're earning very, very minimal interest, which is common these days for government-backed securities and very risk-averse securities that we're required to invest in accordance with law. So those, so that's where that's at. When you look at our revenue in the general fund, we have received about 85% of our tax revenue. Property tax, we get most of that in the spring, so that's to be expected to be 99% collected by now. And sales tax, we're still running about 10% above where we would expect to be this time of the year, 75%. We're running 84% because of the increase in the economy this year. So that's still running very strong, as is license and permits because of the economy. So, and then we already had talked about in the second quarter financials about the recreation being higher just because we have the summer program that we've added in this year. So that's just kind of a pass through on that. And then on the restricted side, we have 43% sales tax and lodging tax and tobacco tax. That would usually be a little bit higher, but we have some other financing sources because of the COPs this year to finish off the pool and the transfer in for affordable housing. And I should have mentioned expenditures for all the funds or where you would anticipate them to be around this time of year. We've got some projects we're still completing throughout the summer, and a lot of our costs that we have budgeted are capital costs that we incur at that time. So, so we're still running about where we would anticipate for this time of year. Bond fund is where it would be expected. We're right at where we would anticipate to be received 99% property tax, and debt service we're going to be getting that payment comes due in December, so then we'll be right on budget there. And our water fund is running at 85% budget for water service. Now that's because most of our water is used in the summertime, obviously. So that includes our third quarter water billing. So we usually do incur about 15 to 20% in our last billing. So that puts us right a little bit ahead of budget, but not too much ahead of it. So there. And same with the expenditures there. There's the Swinging Bridge project still had some outstanding expenditures at September 30th. So that still is looking to be pretty close to budget. So any questions?
Questions of counselors for Christy about the third quarter financials? So we're doing fine, I think, is probably the conclusion, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's where we would expect to be. So I like boring presentations because it just means that there's no surprises.
Very good. Questions? Christy, thank you very much. If there are no questions, I think we can thank Christy for the presentation, and no action required. So we'll take up our next order of business. Thanks, Christy.
Thank you.
Our next order of business is item 7A, which is public hearing on the transfer of location for hotel and restaurant liquor license.
Let's just pause right there. Mayor, I move the town council convene as a local liquor authority.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of forming as a local liquor licensing authority, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, we are now acting as the local liquor licensing authority. So this first one is a public hearing on transfer of location for a hotel and restaurant liquor license. This is Free Range Market, LLC, doing business as Free Range Kitchen and Wine Bar Basalt. I see Steve Humble's on the call here. So Pam, why don't you bring us up to speed as to where we are here?
Sure. The packet contains a staff memo with all of the investigating agency comments on it and the findings that need to be made, that can be made by the local liquor authority as per statute. And don't have any comments or concerns about this. This was a long time in coming. I think it's been anticipated for a while that a restaurant would be over at the park, and it would include a liquor license. So I don't think this comes as a surprise to anyone. There are some comments by the planning department, police department, Roaring Fork Fire Rescue, building, environmental health, and the town clerk. The applicant has indicated to me that they have read all the comments and didn't have any issues with them, thought they were all fair. And I have suggested a motion at the end of the memo, if the council would like to move in that direction, but certainly I'd like to hear from the applicant, and this is a public hearing, so we would have to take some open public comment as well.
All right, very well. Steve, do you want to make any comments about the transfer?
Yes, I'm not sure if you can hear me right now.
Yeah,
I'm actually out.
We can hear you fine.
Okay, good. I'm out of the country with very spotty Wi-Fi right now, so I'm trying to connect in. I did not hear the question. I apologize.
Oh, the question is, do you want to make any comment about the request for the transfer of the license? It's not required, but if you wanted to say anything, this is your opportunity to address council.
Oh, I don't have any issues whatsoever. I think that the chief's comments were entirely fair and reasonable, and we will address them immediately. We're just happy to be in this new location and provide a great spot for the local community to enjoy.
Great. So we'll give you some comfort knowing that we were over there today and there were people actually working on your restaurant, so that's a good thing.
Well, thank you.
All right.
That's good to hear.
So at this point, if there are any questions of Mr. Humble, are there comments from the public? Do we want to
Open the public hearing.
open the floor for public comment? Either real, okay. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move the town council approve the transfer of location for a hotel and restaurant liquor license for Free Range Market LLC, DBA, Free Range Kitchen and Wine Bar to be located at 22864 Two Rivers Road, Basalt, Colorado, upon issuance of certificate of occupancy for the new location and satisfactory compliance with the agency's conditions and comments identified in the staff memo dated November 9th, 2021.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Mr. Counselor, can we do voice votes for liquor license authority?
Yep.
Okay. So all those in favor of the motion as stated, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Congratulations, Steve. It's dark where you are, so I don't know where you are, but have a good evening.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it, folks. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Still operating as the local liquor licensing authority, our next order of business is to take up a continued public hearing and application for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for Bull and Buck LLC, doing business as Bull and Buck, to be located at 305 Gold Rivers Court, Basalt, basically the old free-range kitchen. So, Pam?
Okay. So again, our applicants are here in person this evening, Jenna Conti and Ryan Sweeney, and they'll be taking on the new location over there. We had to make sure that the new location was available, so that's why we did free range first. Again, this is an application for a new liquor license. This would be the issuance of a new hotel and restaurant liquor license at the old free range location. Again, there are findings that the liquor authority must make per statute. Those findings are based on the investigations of staff. They are able to find that no prior licenses have been denied at this location. The applicant has possession of the property for the term of the liquor license as evidenced by a lease due to expire in October of 2026. There are no municipal zoning laws prohibiting the sale of alcohol at this location. The building on the application is not located within 500 feet of any public or parochial school or the principal campus of any college, university, or seminary. Additional findings are the applicants appear to be of good moral character, as evidenced by local, state, and national fingerprint background checks. And the applicant has also circulated a petition seeking the input on the needs and desires of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood, and they turned in a petition containing 41 signatures of adults that indicated that they are in favor of a liquor license at this location for that particular restaurant. Again, staff has a suggested motion. This is a public hearing. Again, we would like to hear from the applicant, perhaps on their vision for their new restaurant.
Yeah, well, would you guys like to have anything to say here?
Yeah, I mean,
Council.
we'll kind of just give you the elevator pitch here. My name is Ryan Sweeney. This is my business partner, Jenna Conti. I've been in the restaurant business in the Valley, Aspen. We currently own Brass Anvil in Carbondale also. And our vision for the space is we're going to do kind of like elevated pub food. English, Irish, German, European, basically, bring in a lot of wild game ingredients, a lot of local ingredients, and that's kind of our direction. Probably just doing dinner, opening up, hopefully as soon as possible, sometime this month, and then going into the spring and summer months, definitely doing lunch and dinner also.
Wonderful. So your restaurant in Carbondale, is it the old town, or is it still called town? I'm not sure.
It's been one thing since town, but yes, that's the location.
Great. Any questions of council for the applicant? Hearing none, I would open it up for any comments from public, either live comments here from the audience or anyone would like to call in. Hearing none.
No, I don't see any, and that's for another item.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Hearing none, I would entertain a motion for the liquor license for Bull and Buck.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for Bull and Buck LLC, doing business as Bull and Buck, to be located at 305 Gold Rivers Court, Basalt, Colorado, upon satisfactory compliance with the agency's conditions and comments identified in the staff memo dated November 9th, 2021.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Congratulations. Welcome to Basalt. We wish you the best of luck. You'll probably see us sooner or later.
That's good. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
We'll be in touch, you guys.
Mayor, I move to adjourn the local liquor authority and reconvene the town council.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor of adjournment of liquor licensing authority, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. We are adjourned as a liquor licensing authority. Next order of business is resolution number 47, series of 2021. This is a resolution of the Town Council, Basalt, Colorado, approving an agreement for professional services with Ted Borchelt and Aspen Snowmass Sotheby's International Realty for real estate broker services. Jeff Conklin and James Lint are going to, and Ryan Mahoney, perhaps.
Yeah, I'll probably kick
Okay.
it off, and then we can answer any questions, Jeff, if I miss anything, or
Sure.
James. But let's see. We recently put out a request for proposals in accordance with our procurement policy. We received two proposals back. We interviewed those two individuals and found that Ted Borchelt fit the criteria for what we would be looking for. The idea here, as you can recall, we've used Ted's services in the past, and they were kind of limited at a time when we sold a piece of property. We've been able to bring him back, and this just gets him on a professional services agreement that, should we have need for those real estate services moving forward, and I would suspect we would, in association with the budget for this next year, not only for possibly acquiring land for affordable housing, but then also looking at the land for police station, future police station location. So Ted could not be here tonight, so he did inform us of that. So he sends his regrets there. But this is our standard professional services agreement, and beyond those examples that I just cited, he would be available for some or any other, advice or professional services related to buying and selling real estate that we might have in the future.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, just
Yeah,
add a
Jeff.
few quick things. The way the professional services agreement is structured, it really contemplates that before the town were to utilize TED for any purchase or sale, that a agency agreement would be entered depending on the case, kind of consistent with Colorado Real Estate Commission forms. The services agreement also provides the town the ability to not use TED services for any particular real estate deal, but the idea is to get him on the bench when we need Ted for any particular real estate deal. He's there, he's available, he can help the town.
Understood. Questions, council?
Mayor, I move that the town council approve resolution number 47, series of 2021 as presented.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded to approve resolution number 47. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution 47 is approved. Next item is item 7D, first reading ordinance number 14, series of 2021. It's an ordinance of the Town Council, Town of Basalt, Colorado, authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds to finance basalt forward projects. Christie's back on.
Yeah, and I think I'm going to kick this one off, but we do have the whole team here. We've got Dee Weiser out in the audience, who's our bond counsel. Dee, you want to come up to the table in case we need some advice from you here or some explanation? Bruce Kimmel is on the line from Ellers, and he's our municipal advisor. And then, of course, we have Christy and Jeff. And I might just pause for a second and say that this is long anticipated. It was a lot of hard work that went into this, and thank you to the council, to staff, and the community for having supported the ballot initiative. So pretty exciting. We're going to do a lot of great things with this. So tonight we are going to hear in just a second a presentation from Bruce, but as a bit of background, we did review the financing structure with our Finance Advisory Board. Wanted to make sure we addressed that sort of full transparency with that community board that we have standing to review our financial matters with the town, and they were in full support. And, you know, I think just a comment that right now is a great time for us. The landscape for interest rates is great, and, you know, the comment that we had heard from the Finance Advisory Board was, you know, that this is also a good time just as far as keeping costs down with the way that we structured this finance deal for issuance costs and also for, again, those interest rates. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bruce, and he's got a PowerPoint as well I think he's going to share. So thanks, Mayor.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hello, Mayor and Council. Bruce Kimmel. It's nice to be back with you virtually. And congratulations on the results of the ballot question election last week. It was really very compelling, and I'm thrilled that you're now moving on to the next step of funding some very important projects for the town going forward. I wanted to just go over the financing plan at a fairly high level, but please stop me along the way with any questions. We will also be distributing a couple of documents or have them available for your further review that will get into some details on things like arbitrage and continuing disclosure and other really exciting details. But I think this PowerPoint gives the key points for you to be aware of as town council members. So as you probably gleaned from your packet, we are proposing that the town move forward with issuing 2 series of general obligation bonds. The first series would be a series of taxable bonds to fund housing and green initiatives. I'll discuss a little bit more the rationale for issuing those bonds as taxable. And then the second series would be a tax-exempt series of bonds, 22B, we're calling them, to fund the Midland Avenue streetscape improvements. The goal here is really to maximize the total amount of project funding given a defined revenue stream available for debt service. As you're all well aware, the maximum annual debt service is a total of $950,000 per year. That was what was authorized by the ballot question. But we're targeting roughly $925,000 to $930,000 per year in debt service, trying to keep roughly $20,000 per year in reserve to cover bond administration costs, such as for arbitrage reporting and continuing disclosure, as well as the fees that each county imposes or the cut they take from this levy. So we're really wanting to make sure that this financing plan is truly self-sufficient in all regards, and Christy has been great in defining those parameters. So drilling down a little bit, the taxable series would be shorter term, as you'll see in a moment. And we're doing that one first because we know we want to fund $8 million of project costs from that issuance. And that's roughly, or it is exactly, at least at this point, $6 million for workforce housing programs and $2 million for green initiatives. And the reason we're suggesting doing this on a taxable basis is that it will give the town complete flexibility in how you structure future partnerships. You have the ability to do things on your own, of course, but if you decide it makes sense to partner in whatever way, shape, or form with a private entity or a nonprofit entity, we don't have to worry about violating any private use restrictions that would be applicable to tax-exempt bonds. So you really have complete discretion in contemplating the best way to deploy these funds to have the maximum impact in the housing and green arenas, respectively. Also, by front-loading these taxable bonds, we're really trying to reduce the additional interest expense that you would have from taxable rates. We're fortunate that in today's market, the margin between taxable rates and tax-exempt rates is relatively small, but still there is a difference. And so by having them on the front end of the yield curve, we're trying to minimize that additional expense and thereby, again, maximize the use of the available revenue stream. And then the tax-exempt bonds would be longer term, and those bonds will be wrapped around the taxable bonds. We're really just trying to maximize the amount of project funding we can achieve from the available remaining revenues after the taxable debt service. So because these bonds will be less than $10 million in total, they'll be bank qualified tax exempt, which is a special interest rate benefit to the town on the long end of the yield curve. It's very helpful to have that bank qualified status. And right now we're estimating about $9.25 million in project funding that would be available for the Midland Streetscape project. But of course, we will know the final amount once we actually take the bids on the two bond issues respectively and do that final resizing and shaping of the taxable and then the tax exempt bonds respectively. So this is a pretty rudimentary stacked bar chart that just shows our financing plan over the next 25 years. You can see, as you know, there are 2 years remaining on the 2013 bonds. So you'll pay those in 2022 and 23 respectively. And then you can see the taxable 22A bonds are the orange bars that we are front loading through 2035. And then the green bars are the tax exempt bonds wrapped around. I would note that these little bars on top for the first 12 years or so are interest only payments on the tax exempt. And then you can see we start paying principal on the tax exempt in 2035. And then over the last 11 years, pay a lot of principal on the tax exempt bonds. So again, we're trying to give you the maximum amount of flexibility, but also have the most efficient overall structure given the 25-year time horizon and the $950,000 of revenues available. A little bit on the bond market. I'm afraid I might have jinxed us a little bit by including this slide because rates have come up a little bit in the last week or so, but if the recent past is any indication, they're just as likely to tick back down again. But you know, for all the talk about inflation and the Federal Reserve easing off of their quantitative easing policies, we're still seeing a huge imbalance of supply and demand. There's a lot of investor demand for bonds like the town of Basalt, and not nearly enough supply to meet that demand. So that imbalance of too much demand chasing too little supply is helping to keep interest rates low. And I would say I think there's still just enough bond investors in general and enough concern about the pandemic and some other elements in the economy that would lead there to be this continued investor demand, in spite of the stock market doing pretty well in comparison as well. So you can see this is a 30-year time horizon of bonds maturing in 20 years, and this is not meant to be specifically representative of your financing, but you can see that over the last 30 years, the bond market has kind of ticked down, 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 and we hit an all-time historic low in August of last year, and we've kind of been flipping around there towards that historic low ever since. So even if rates do come up a little bit between now and then, you should feel confident and take pride in the fact that you are undertaking this, really significant capital financing for the town at a period in which interest rates are still very, very low by historical standards. So finally, next steps. We're here today to consider this ordinance that would authorize town staff to work with D. Weiser and his team at Butler Snow, as well as me and my team at Ellers in moving this bond issue forward, including getting a credit rating from S&P. We would look to publish the official statement at least by the week of the 22nd, perhaps even next week, given that Butler Snow already has a draft ready for our review. We would look to have the credit rating the week of the 29th, right after Thanksgiving, and then have that credit rating report published the week of the 6th. That would really give us plenty of time for the market to absorb that information and to study up on the bond issues, and then we'll be taking bids on December 15th, which is a Wednesday. We'll do a competitive bond issuance like we did with the town's 2013 A bonds, and Butler Snow will make sure that the winning bid, as we decided, fully conforms with the parameters that are in the ordinance. Also, town manager Ryan will have the designated authority to accept those winning bids on the two issues respectively, and based on the final debt schedules. And then finally, that first week of January, we're looking to close both transactions, and that's when the town would receive the net proceeds, hopefully in excess of $17.2 million. Let me stop there and ask if you have any questions. Of course, please also contact me via phone or email with any questions that might come up, or you can route them, of course, through Christy or Ryan. And really excited, again, to be working with you on this financing.
Any questions for Bruce from council?
I got one.
Yeah, Gary.
Hi, Bruce. How you doing?
Hi, Gary.
It's a bummer not to see you in person anymore.
I agree. I need to get out there, especially with all the work, all the exciting things happening there.
So the question I have really is about the interest rate difference between the taxable and the non-taxable. And like, what do you think we're going to see?
Well, they are, by doing the taxables on the front end and the tax exempts on the long end, we're actually having very little overlap, right? Except in that 1 year where we have both tax exempt bonds and taxable bonds paying off at the same time. And so it's hard to know, exactly what the spreads were. I mean, we can compare what we're seeing in the market, but that's changing really in real time. And the difference is relatively small on the short end, and it's more on the long end. But still, even on the long end, it's less than 1%, which is, by historical standards, a very small degree of difference. I think given the town's emphasis on housing and green initiatives, but the number of different routes you can go, I think that's a cost that's worth taking in order to have that flexibility. And Dee can certainly speak more to that based on his position as bond counsel and ultimately the person who has to, advise towns like Basalt on the tax status and eligible uses of bond proceeds.
Bruce, we would certainly not hold you to this because, we've got a lot of work yet to go here, but can you give, what is our sense of what these taxable bonds might go for? What are rates trending for right now?
Yeah, so I can pull up both of those bond schedules and actually give Gary an answer on that one crossover. I didn't have that open previously. But Mayor and Council, let me share my screen again if I can here. Part because it's just fun to do. Okay, so this is our estimate for the taxable bonds. You can see how we're targeting $8 million of proceeds there for the housing and green initiatives. And these are our estimates as to the rates you might receive on this, roughly, excuse me, 13, 14-year financing, with coupons ranging from 0.45 on the short end up to 2.25% on the longer end, which is still only about halfway through the financing term. And you can see, if we go down here to the estimated statistics, we're looking at an all-inclusive rate, depending on which metric you want to use, but we often look at TIC of just over 2%. And the average coupon, not considering the other cost of issuance, you can see is 1.94%. So then if we go, excuse me, to the B bonds, I have to stop sharing my screen and then reshare it. You can see on that financing, again, we're estimating that we can generate roughly $9.25 million from the tax exempt issue. And here, again, we're not starting to make bond payments until 2035. And those rates are still right around 2%, but on the longer end. So, excuse me, if we look at that 2035 maturity, back to Gary's question, we're estimating 1.4% on that taxable, or excuse me, the tax exempt piece that comes into play. And we're looking at 2.25% on the taxable. So roughly, 85 basis points of difference there. And I think we went a little bit on the conservative side, on the taxable side, I would say. I think in today's market would be a little bit under that 225.
Can we issue
Hey, Bruce, can I?
Can we issue personal bonds? I'd like to get into this. This looks.
I have one more question on, Bruce, is there a chance to get some premium on these bonds?
Yes, council member, I know you've had experience with that at the county, and there is a possibility, although I think because of this specific bond structure, we're not likely to get a ton of it. And the reason for that is you get the most premium on non-callable tax exempt bonds. And both of these bonds will be callable as of 2031. And if you think about it, that's even before you start paying on the tax exempt bonds at all. Remember, the first maturity there is in 2035. So it's possible that we might get a small amount of premium, but I don't think we're going to get whopping amounts. We're not likely to see huge coupons relative to the yields on those tax exempt bonds. And traditionally, taxable bonds don't attract a lot of premium, if at all. So I think you're going to see a bond structure that's closer to the coupons being close to the actual yields. But of course, if we're able to capture some premium, and if we can still stay within the confines of the $930,000 a year or so, we'll be sure to pocket that additional issue price and production for the town, and that will be a nice thing to add.
Add one little thing.
I know we're going to go through a rating process here, but again, not holding anybody to anything, but how are we likely to come out? Do we have a target for how we're going to be rated for these bonds?
Yes, Mayor, we do. And I want to note that Christy has a point too. So I'll yield the floor to her right after I mention this, but the town is rated AA+ by Standard & Poor's, which is an excellent rating, and is just one rating notch shy of AAA. And we would expect for that rating to be affirmed. if anything, well, I know your finances have improved since 2013, which was the last rated issue that the town had. And while I think it's unlikely that they would bump you up to AAA, just because in this pandemic, they're pretty reluctant to give any new AAAs out, no matter how strong your finances might be. The fact that your finances have continued to improve and you have such great leadership with Christy and Ryan, I have no reason to believe that you would have any stress on that AA+ rating, and that will certainly invite a lot of interest from potential investors.
Great. Questions?
Yeah,
Council? Yeah. Yeah.
Can I
Go
add
ahead,
one
Christy.
thing,
Yeah.
Mayor, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
Yeah, this just has to do with the 2022 budget, and I just wanted to note that the town can only issue up to $10 million in tax-exempt issuances like bonds and certificates of participation in 1 year. And given that these are in 2022, if we did move forward with our $1.8 million for our police facility purchase through COPs, we would structure those as taxable. And because they're going to be really short term, we would be looking at a 4 to 5 year maturity on those. So those would be at the very low rates that Bruce had gone through on the taxable side. So, and then it'll allow us the maximum flexibility and partnerships with other entities on that parcel as well. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that as well.
And Mayor, if I could just jump in with one clarification, back to the question about differences between tax-exempt rates and taxable rates. I noted that in 2035, we're estimating a spread of about 80 basis points. But I should note that in 2023, if we had tax-exempt bonds in 2023, the spread would only be about 15 to 20 basis points max. So that spread widens as you go further along. But that's why we're looking to front load those taxable bonds to take advantage of those smaller spreads, let's say 15 basis points, 20 basis points early on, and minimize that additional interest expense.
Great. So where do we, Dee, did you want to address council? And
You have a busy agenda.
we're stealing your fire here, I think, with all these questions.
I don't need to take a lot of your time. I'll just say the ordinance does delegate to Christie or Ryan the ability to make the final determination about the pricing on the 15th, and there are parameters set forth in it's page 66, I think, of your packet, but they're basically the parameters around the election, $18 million, the $950,000 repayment, and so forth. On the tax issue, I tell people sometimes you shouldn't let the tax tail wag the dog, and this is an example that in talking to Christian and Ryan and the team, you don't know exactly what you're going to do in terms of housing and green initiatives, and you might do things that we couldn't do with tax-exempt proceeds, so it gives you that flexibility to make those kind of partnerships going forward.
That makes sense.
Well, Mayor, I move that the town council approve ordinance number 14, series of 2021 on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for November 23rd, 2021.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good luck, guys. Hope they're good, ready, willing, able buyers out there, and wish us all luck. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next order of business was actually, as a public hearing, was advertised for 7:10 p.m., right? I think it's 7:10, yeah. So we're at 7 o'clock.
We have time to do 7H?
Yeah, do we want to play with the, yeah. Is that, Jeff, everybody, you think we okay with that?
Yeah, I think we should just have a short motion to amend the agenda to address item 7H now, just as a procedural matter.
Mayor, I move that we amend the agenda to touch on 7H at, what is it now, 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
7:01, while we have some extra time.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then let's take up our next order of business, which will be item 7H, resolution number 48, series of 2021. Resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, repealing and replacing the town's personnel code and employee handbook. Christie, so we're back to
Guess we should ask
vacation
Christie
and
if she
sick
was
leave.
okay with that.
Yeah, there she is.
So,
Sorry, Christie.
while you were away, we changed the order of the agenda, so, you know, we're now want to take up the amendments to the employee handbook, item 7H, so are you okay with that?
Okay, no worries. I can let me pull that up really quick so I could, get that on my screen for you guys. Okay. So I'm gonna just share my screen so you can see everything here, that we're talking about. So we had just a couple of updates to the employee handbook. I think overall the handbook structure that we had put into play last year with the more major revision worked out very, very well. But there was a couple of clarifications that were needed that Jeff had worked on and myself. And I've summarized those on the first page here, just for the ease of use. So the first one is clarifying that the employee's sick leave balance may not accrue beyond the 90 work days. So there's some new laws that came about due to a court case, just making sure that we're never taking away time that had been accrued. So we just are making that ultimately clear in our policy. We added some clarifications to public health emergency leave that has been put into play last year to be in effect in 2021, but now just to make sure that those are abundantly clear. Adjusting the maximum vacation accrual language. So that once again, because of the same issue as number one that I just talked about, that nobody's going to go over the maximum accrual at any time, because once something is accrued, you cannot take that away from an employee. So we just wanted to make sure to clarify that. And we're going to be sending a memo out to employees in regards to this, and making sure that any amounts that are over those accruals are going to be taken care of this year, and that we'll have those conversations specifically with employees. And then finally, the last change that we're adding is for field training officer pay, incentive pay. This is for the just police officers that are assigned for field training. They'll receive 5% pay incentive while they're serving in the FTO role for those months that they'll be doing that. Usually it's about 3-month assignment. And I know that Chief and Nino over at the police department, they did a lot of research to look what was equitable and reasonable given the market and what other people are paying. And that's pretty fair. If you look at roughly just somebody that makes roughly $80,000 a year, just on average, and you look at 5% pay for 3 months, that'd be roughly about $1,300 in additional to their regular pay. So it's fairly reasonable, but it still is an appreciation for all of the additional work they're putting in and training those officers during that time.
Okay, I just had one quick, Ryan, what kind of communication process have we gone through with staff? I mean, have we had an employee committee, or have you just kind of made it generally available to our entire staff? Kind of, informing them of these pending changes, or?
So we've talked to all the department heads about it, and then as Christy mentioned, that we would go ahead and send out a memo to all of staff, and then we'll be individually discussing with employees that might have accrued but are over our maximum carryover, to make sure that we're making them whole on that.
Okay.
So So all of that communication.
So there's
is-
been
is
pretty good
occurring.
exchange there. The awareness level's pretty high on the staff about these amendments?
Yeah, well, all of staff is probably not as intimately aware of the outcome of the Nieto versus Clark's Market, but that's forthcoming as soon as we
Yeah.
um,
Okay.
get this approved.
Very good. So, questions of council, discussion? Handbook changes? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve Resolution 48.
Mayor, I move that the town council approve resolution number 48, series of 2021 as presented.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving Resolution 48, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Christie, thanks. I know this was kind of a thorny one, and appreciate you guys following through on it. And looks like we got it wrestled to the ground here. So I think we're close enough to start time so that we can go back on to the schedule for tonight, which is our next order of business is item number 7E. This is a continued public hearing and resolution number 38, series of 2021, resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving the CSC sketch plan application to construct a grocery store and 67 residential apartment units on lots A and E of the Basalt Center subdivision with associated improvements. So, James, we'll ask you to tee this up for us, and
Mayor, I'll be recusing myself from this one.
fine, please. So I guess the order of business will be James will brief us on where we are. As we all recall, we had a number of outstanding issues, and it was council's pleasure to see those embodied in a revised resolution, which has been distributed to council. So, James, maybe you can recap where we are with that process. We'll then hear from the applicant, we'll hear from the public, and then we'll bring it back to council for deliberation. So that's the schedule of events here. So take her away.
Okay, thank you. It is a continued public hearing on the Basalt Center Circle BCC application for sketch CSC site plan review to construct a grocery store and 67 residential apartments in place of the existing vacant Clark's Market Habitat Restore space and the space that currently houses Jimbo's Liquor, which is located right here, as well as BLT, which is located right here in the parking area, and then also the decorative materials space that's currently there. At the last meeting on October 26th, the applicants went over the revisions that they had made to the application and the drawings in response to the council comments that were provided earlier in the prior meeting, which are primarily the removal of the upper floor, a reduction in the number of residential units that went from 70 to 67, and then they also adjusted the parking layout, as you can see here on the site plan. The council also heard public comments once again at the last meeting, and then provided comments on the revisions to the application. And specifically, council provided direction on draft conditions and recommended adjustments, and asked staff to come back with a revised resolution for consideration. So, as the mayor noted at this meeting, staff would recommend hearing comments from staff on the changes to the reso, taking comments from the applicants, and then providing consideration of public comments before council discussion. So I'd like to adjust here quickly on the screen and bring up the draft conditions of approval. Let me share my screen with that. There we go. So the resolution that's been provided is Exhibit A in your packet, and the changes that have been made since the last meeting are in strike-through and underline format, and they're also highlighted in yellow. So specifically, condition number 2 still requires the grocery store be provided before a issuance of a certificate of occupancy on the residential or concurrently with the residential. Staff and the applicants have worked through an alternate condition that you could consider substituting. It would permit the applicants to open the residential 9 months before the opening of the grocery store. If the applicants had a contract with an operator of a grocery store and provided financial security. This is similar to what was done with the conditions related to the restaurant on the River Park. So the current condition that's in there requires the residential be provided concurrently with the grocery store, but you can consider the alternative condition as well. Going on to the other changes to the conditions that have been made, when you go down to condition number 3, there's provisions that have been added to the resolution that would require the applicant to study reducing the pitched roof elements in terms of their height, as well as varying the height of the flat roof elements as part of their final plan application. This was a discussion that came from the council at the last meeting. In addition, in condition number 3, there's been language added that would require the applicant to prepare at least 2 first floor plan options as part of the final application submittal. One that would include the 56 parking spaces in the enclosed parking area that wouldn't have the tandem parking spaces. And then a second option that would include the tandem parking that would get back closer to the 62 parking spaces. And that would be for consideration by the council at the final plan review. Additional adjustments to conditions. We have number 17, which has been adjusted per an applicant revision since the last meeting. There was discussion at the last meeting about the percentage of units that would be required to have a minimum 6-month lease. The applicant has adjusted their application to include that all 100% of the 67 units would have a minimum 6-month lease term. And so that's been included in condition number 17. Other adjustments since the last meeting, condition number 21 was added. This is a condition that would require the applicants to work with the Basalt Public Arts Commission, or BPAC, to determine if there's an appropriate location in the project for a mural prior to the final plan application review. And that was a request that came out of BPAC. And then further adjustments included condition number 32. In condition number 32, staff received an email from the Basalt Sanitation District near the end of last week regarding potential needs for sanitary sewer system upgrades that would be required. And so staff has included language that the applicant work with the Basalt Sanitation District prior to the submittal of a final plan application to determine what sanitary sewer system upgrades might be necessary in association with the development. So those were the major adjustments to the draft conditions since the last meeting based on council direction. And staff would recommend this evening considering any comments that the applicants might have, as well as taking public comments and then providing council discussion on the revised conditions. If you're comfortable, you could approve the resolution with the conditions that are included. We have Tim Belinsky and Andrew Light here this evening, representing the applicant group.
Scott McHale's here also.
And Scott McHale.
Okay, guys, the floor is yours. Thank you for coming back. Thanks for the continued work on this. Pleased to see the amendments, and so you got the floor here.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, council, staff. We will be quick. We will be quick. Although I'm going to be really quick. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew, but there was a minor issue that I want to make sure the record shows is a corrected item in what James was describing. James, that composition of grocery paragraph 2B also includes, and you just didn't mention it, that in addition to showing a lease in place for the grocery store operator to be in evidence, it also requires that a building permit for tenant finishes be submitted prior to the opening of the residence upstairs. So there'd be a tenant improvement, detailed floor plan, obviously, construction budget and everything that goes with that goes into, and engineering that goes into a building permit for just the tenant finishes. That's a prerequisite before you also then get into the financial security being stood up. Go ahead, Andrew.
Sure. This, I believe, is our 5th meeting, so thank you guys for bearing with us on this. I know it's been quite a while since our first presentation, and Heather Henry, as you may recall, did a really good presentation on the history of the planning on this site. So as we go through these final details, I really want you guys, I would hope that everyone keep in mind how much planning has gone into this site and the zoning overlay that was unanimously approved by a prior council. And we are really feel good about the proposal that how it fits within the zoning that was put together, how we're over the affordable housing, how we're under the max height limit, how we've really worked hard to make the parking a lot better than the current condition being a 30,000-foot building, which generates traffic and parking without adding any, or having any of its own parking in the building footprint as we're proposing. So, this is a workforce housing project. This is what, you read about all day long that people need. This is specifically designed for long-term workforce housing. We had no problem coming back, not going to 90% short long-term leases, but saying it's not a problem, 100%, 6 months or longer, because that's who's going to live in this building. We're excited about the grocery component. And taking the commercial from approximately 30,000 feet today to 9,000 feet, and then adding approximately 60 parking spaces, I think really will be a good benefit for the parking situation. I think friends of mine have come and asked me, like, well, isn't this going to be worse for parking? And I think that there's been some mischaracterization that we want to make sure is very clear. But adding the 60 parking spaces creates less parking pressure on the surrounding neighborhoods than is there right now with the existing building. So this is near transit. It's a green building, it'll be all electric residential. And it's an infill development. This is something that in my career I've not really had an opportunity to come propose, and we responded to the zoning, and so here we are. And we appreciate your energy on it.
Thank you.
I think that covers it. I think Scott and Cale and Seth stand ready to talk about height. We can either postpone that or have that be done now. We feel that that's necessary. We at least touch on it in one way or another.
Council's pleasure. We can circle back to that.
Okay.
If we get comment. Okay. Any questions of council, or you want to let's hear from public and then we'll come back. So at this point, I'll open the public hearing. It's 7:20 p.m. We have a hybrid format. You can address council here in person, or we also accept call-ins for our hybrid electronic communication as well. So I've got to remind you, if you are going to address council, you are limited to 3 minutes. You are free to speak about anything you would like. I think it would be most helpful, however, for council to hear comments on the amendments that have been introduced to the resolution. To refresh your memory, James outlined them, but one is the assurances for a grocery store. So this ordinance or this resolution now would require the applicant to post $250,000 and have a signed contract with a grocer in place before the first CO is issued for a residential unit. And Tim also added that a building permit application be required for tenant improvements in that space. So there are pretty strong guarantees that there'll be a real live grocery store here. The second piece was the roof architecture, removal of the top floor and lowering of the building. Third was parking, and whether we want to reintroduce tandem parking or no tandem parking. 4 is all units now, this is a significant one I know for me, all units now will be subject to a 6-month minimum lease. So this provides pretty strong guarantees against short-terming and a lot of the problems that we've been addressing as a valley-wide kind of housing issue. So that's now embodied in this resolution. There is a BPAC requirement request for design for a mural space to add interest to our downtown. And then there's some administrative details with basalt sanitation. So there are the amendments that we have asked for and are in this this version of the resolution. So with that, if you would like to address council, please come on up. There's a microphone here. I am the gamekeeper here. Ground rules are you have 3 minutes. We really think you should focus your comments. When you hit the 3 minutes, my hand goes up and your time will be up. So we want to hear from everyone. We strongly suggest you to keep your comments focused on the matter at hand here. But again, this is a free, open hearing process. So say what you like. So with that, anyone like to address council? Please come on up. Dick, hands up.
Hi, my name's Dick Hampelman. I live on 0770 Stone Road. And based on what I've seen and presentation to the council by the developers, I believe everything is positive in my point of view, and I would recommend passing it. And that's going to be less than 3 minutes.
Substantially, yes. Thank you. You're a role model, Dick. That's excellent. JD? You be nice to us. We were nice to you.
Hi, I'm John Black. I live on Soapers Drive. In the questionnaire that the city gave to residents, I think the number one thing I mentioned was parking downtown. I think the developers have done as number 2, which wasn't on that list, what to do with the black hole of Clark's Market. In my world, I think the apartments with a grocery store underneath is an ideal solution. I think the developers have done a lot to address parking. I think the council has to do even more. I don't think it's all on them. And in general, I'm definitely in approval of the project, but the parking isn't their issue alone. It's and it's a huge issue for the town. So I think maybe there's some possibility to incentivize people living in the apartments to have 1 car or less. It's something the town's going to have to be very creative on. So anyway.
Well said. Thank you. Anyone else from the audience that would like to address council? Rick, come on up.
Hi, good evening. Rick Stevens, Riverside Drive. I caught the work session with the ski company tonight, which I thought pulled out of their scope of work a lot of interesting, relevant information that applies to your comment, Mr. Mayor, about solving a valley problem. This is no longer something that can just be ignored or set aside or, displaced by other priorities. I really think that workforce housing is a tremendous issue here that we're facing. I think that small businesses are going to have a hard time, maintaining staff. I think that the fact that these guys have agreed to do a 6-month lease is important when you look at the seasonal aspect that housing could provide. And, I have to disclose that I'm a 45-year employee with the ski company, and I've followed those guys, and I've learned from them, and I admire their leadership. And I think they've asked you as a council to step up and help solve the problem, and I think this is one of the solutions to the problems they presented tonight. So, thank you very much. And I
Thanks, Rick.
encourage you to
Appreciate
approve
the
it.
comments. Next, anyone else like to address council? Please come on up.
Hi, my name's Todd Hartley. Most of you know me. I'd like to, commend you guys on making the changes that people have asked for. But before it's too late, I just want to applaud everyone in this room, aim higher. When we were filling out the master planning process, we were voting on these PUDs, these things that reimagined all of Basalt Center Circle. If this was one of the options, I don't think people would have voted for it. Has anyone spoken to the owners of the Aspinall Hotel? I mean, is there a way we can do this? Instead of doing it piecemeal, can we do it correctly? I mean, we've had many opportunities here in Basalt to do world-class things. And each time we kind of settle for something okay. I mean, we could do something spectacular here, and we're not going to. And I think it's sort of sad. What we had was a grocery store and an odd configuration that people agree didn't really work that well. What's being proposed is what didn't work, plus 67 apartments, and now we're locked into this odd configuration forever. So, I mean, let's think about this. This is forever. This is the future of our town. That's what we're going to be stuck with for all time. So, anyway.
Thanks, Todd. Anyone else like to address council from the audience? Come on up, please. Hi, Laura.
Come very often. I guess I just want to reiterate what John said about parking. I think the project is what we need. We need housing, clearly. We need a grocery store, and thank you for bringing that. But we have a severe parking problem in downtown Basalt, and I'm from Tempranillo, by the way. So we have our own parking, and it is a full-time job to keep that parking available for my clients. And I understand why people park there, because they're frustrated. They can't find somewhere else to park. And it's just going to get worse. So my only comment to you guys is, if you can find some more parking, it would be great, underground or whatever. My other question is, and it's maybe not the right place, but it looks like the pedestrian plan comes through my property. Is that right? Like by my dumpster? Did I read that right? Should I not address you here? So I just want to be part of that conversation. I want to know, I haven't.
Let me see if I can help, Laura. This process is really designed for you to make comments to council. We don't really encourage it as a forum to try to get in a dialogue with you.
So
Let
my
me just say
comment
this.
is.
We did get your letter, and those comments were directed to the applicant. They're going to continue to work with you on this.
Okay, I've just been out of the loop, and it's
Yeah.
my building, and I'd like to hear back about it.
Ryan, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think the idea was, all along that we want to encourage connectivity throughout the town of Basalt and the downtown. And if that means being able to interconnect properties, we'd certainly support that. We understand that there is private property and certainly the right of the Tempranillo owners to not encourage that. But ultimately, the more connectivity, we think, I think it could potentially help businesses in the downtown just by way of people staying at the hotel or people living in those units. And so there is a contemplation of that in the packet as well, just continuing that conversation.
But I think there's an acknowledgement that is not going to go forward without your consent. Everybody's aware of that, so.
Okay,
those
I just
communications
saw
will
it,
continue.
and I hadn't talked to anybody about it, and
Yeah.
so I felt to protect my investors and everyone else, I should remind y'all. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, anyone else like to address council on VCC? Anyone calling in like to address council? Do we have any calls, Susan? Do you wanna-
Yeah, I think there's like 3, and if you don't mind, Caesar, in the interim, putting up the contact information, and if anybody has a problem accessing the site, they can text 970-379-1514, but I do think there are a few people that are waiting that Pam will let on, right, Pam?
We have 3 with their hands up: Dave Hodgkin, Jerry, and Michael Thompson.
So Michael Thompson's at the top of the list. Michael, you ready to go? We'll just take them in order here.
Let me promote.
Yeah, if
There he is.
Okay, Michael, you have the floor. Welcome and good evening. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thanks. I don't think I'll be using much of that, but I just wanted to say that I was out of town almost the whole month of September and October, so I missed the earlier meetings. And I came back and I was very pleased to see the work that's been going on in the town park. And I reviewed this application thoroughly, and I just have to say I really like it. And I don't think of the height as a real issue, because I see it more from Two Rivers Road, where it's going to be almost a whole story lower than the building that that Free Range is leaving and Boar and Buck is arriving in. So to me, I don't think the height is an issue. I like it the way it is, and I'm very pleased to be bringing some more residential back to downtown. So, and thanks for all you guys do and for putting this this convenient way of participating in place. I love it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Michael. Next up is Jerry. Is that Jerry Terwilliger? Are you just going by one name now, Jerry, or is this?
Jerry is with a G.
Okay, let me see if I can promote Jerry to panelist here. There we go. There he is.
So,
Hi, Jerry, you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
Terwilliger, it's another Jerry.
I'm sorry, thank you. And my question is, will there be on-site management in the apartment complex to check and ensure that the 6-month lease will be enforced? Thank you very much.
Great. Jerry, we typically don't respond to questions in this format, but I can assure you that there will be on-site presence to ensure that the 6-month minimum lease is being followed.
And Jerry, I know who you are, but if you could state for the record who you are and where you live.
I'm Jerry Kaharchik. I live at 100 Midland Avenue, so it's in my backyard.
Yeah, it is. Okay. So, do you have any other further comments? Yeah.
I have one other question about what is being done for like the BLT that is now there. Have they been asked if they want to be part of the grocery chain or store? Or, is there anything that's with them, because they provide such a service for, not high cost meals. People can go there anytime, and they're wonderful. I just wonder what their status will be.
Okay, again, okay, well,
Yeah, I'll just
Go ahead,
say
Susan.
that I think that what, Mayor, what Tim was asking for is at the end, after the public comments, if he could just answer anything that had come
Okay.
up. So I think
Let's-
maybe
let's do
that might be the better
Yeah.
way of doing it.
But yeah, existing tenants are being given a full opportunity to stay on, I'm pretty sure, but we'll hear from the applicant on that at the end of the public comment period, so thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you much.
Okay, Dave Hodgkin.
I'm promoting him up to panelist here. There he is.
Hello. Hello.
Dave, we can
David,
hear you
you're-
here. You're with the town council.
You're on, you're not, you're not on video. I don't know if you want to be on video, but you don't have to be. You can speak if you'd like, but you have the floor, so have at it, please.
I don't know how to do this, I'm kind of new to this, so I just want to say I don't think the town has gone far enough in requesting the developers to provide a design that's within keeping of our Western historic architecture. I think that the current design is still another modern Willits type design, and without some type of continuance of the historic nature of the design, you're just going to encourage other people to do the same thing. And I would encourage the developer to try to come up with something that actually fits within our town. And the current architecture is very obviously mountain modern and doesn't fit. I also don't think you've gone far enough as far as height. I provided some information today. I'm really surprised that the town council has not required the developer to provide ridge line or vista views from what will be the prominent views, which is Two Rivers Road and the intersection of Two Rivers and Midland, because those what the developer's done with this project and the current project that they're doing with the Pan and Fork, where they basically blocked the views of the river, and now they're blocking the views of the mountains. And I think the project is too tall, and there are ways that they can solve it, but it doesn't appear that they really want to solve it. They could push the parking into the ground, either half level or full level. And I've heard it say that they believe that the water table is too high. I built projects with very high water table, and it can be done. And it will certainly save and do a great service to the town of Basalt if they were to do that. And the town of Basalt certainly has the right to require them to lower the height. Just by changing the roof line with their eyebrow or whatever, that won't do it. That certainly makes some changes to the roof line as far as the pitch, but it won't change or improve the vistas to the town. So, I just hope that you would consider what the forever effect is of blocking the views of the mountains that this project will make. And so far, it doesn't seem to be much concern about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anyone else on the call-in list?
So Pam, is there anybody else? I don't.
There are others, but no one else seems to have their hand up. So, and I don't know who this is, 970-704-0664, is that? Not sure who that is, but again, no hands up.
Okay, going once. Anybody either electronically or in the audience want to address council? Going twice. Going three times. I will therefore close the public hearing at 20 minutes of 8.
And just a second, I just got a text. I'm sorry, procedural wise, you'll have to help me, Jeff, but I just got a text that Andrea would like to speak, and that's the person that's at 970-704, that one.
Okay.
She would like to.
There we go.
Yeah, we can just reopen the public hearing to allow for that comment. She was sitting in the waiting room to
Okay,
participate,
fine.
so.
Yeah. I just didn't see her name up there.
Yeah, she's
So,
not, it's a phone number.
Andrew, if you can hear us, we're willing to.
There
Hi,
she is.
good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just fine.
Hi, Andrea Morales, Basalt Elk Run Drive. I understand that this is a difficult space to deal with, and I'm not against growth, but again, mindful growth I think is imperative for downtown Basalt. Again, I'm hearing that there's going to be 70 to 67 units, but still only 56 parking spaces. The tandem, I think it was Mr. Light said, would get closer to 62 spaces. That's a very serious problem, because are we expecting that with this grocery store that everybody is gung-ho to have, that nobody's going to be shopping there ever? So we've got, 67, 70 residences with another empty grocery store, which Clark's essentially was when we had it there. Also, again, I heard Bill say that we'd have a real live grocery store. I feel deeply offended that nobody is going to bat for Skips. I think he has a wonderful small grocery store, again, that he is interested in expanding. And I feel like we as a town are really throwing him under the bus and not supporting his business. I like that there is 100% with a 6-month lease and above. A 6-month lease, again, to me, we keep talking about the workforce in the valley, and people who are a workforce in the valley, I consider when I go to the grocery store and they're telling me there's 36 people that need to be hired over in Elgibel, that we have a serious problem with long-term housing. And so this long-term housing as well, all of these units, over 50 of them are 434 to 460 square feet. That is incredibly small and not a very comfortable place for anybody to live for any length of time. And what we're trying to generate is people who are going to stay here, be comfortable where they live, and be a part of our community and part of our workforce. So I see some real issues with this. And I understand that they need to be small because the builders want to make money, which is another reason why they don't want to do underground parking, because then the project kind of becomes a moot point for them to actually make the money that they want to on this project. This project, I'm curious how much money it's going to generate in revenue for the town of Basalt. That's a question that hopefully the council is asking themselves. And I would also like to hear more about what kind of traffic study is going to be done if this project does get approved. Because currently there is a 4-way stop sign, and I'm pretty certain most of the people in this room have sat at that 4-way stop sign just in school traffic when you're, 10 to 15 cars deep. So then we're going to have this grocery store that we want to generate a lot of business.
Andrea, you've exhausted your time, so I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up here.
All right. Thank you for listening. I appreciate the time. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to address council? Susan?
No, just, I don't think there was anybody else, right? But I did want to just note that Pam had handed out correspondence that was received during the day, and I think it was emailed out to all the council, and so I'll enter that into the public record.
Got a chance to read those, so. Okay, hearing no additional comment from the audience or call-ins, then I will once again close the public hearing at 7:44 p.m. So with that, then we're back to council. So council, questions of the applicant, further clarification? Yeah. Tim, you want to respond to things you may have heard?
mind just some corrections?
Yeah, go ahead.
Seems like there were a fair number of just questions that maybe we can put some things to rest. Andrew and I will just chime in as we jotted down some of those things. Again, Scott, McHale, if you don't mind, wherever you, Mr. Mayor, choose to insert Z Group to talk about height. Obviously a big topic for all, and we want to make sure that we're on solid footing and we all understand what the height amounts to and not let that get misconstrued as we believe it has. The question Jerry and your wife expressed about on-site property management, yes, of course. Your question had to do with monitoring 6-month leases. I think that would also be done as we have done in other projects with deed restricted and requirements of the leases, that there's an audit process as well. And of course, that's communicated and qualified with the town of Basalt and their rules, so that they do on staff are also kind of the watching element to on-site property management. And we've also made the comment representation earlier, that the on-site property manager is also going to be required, as we've committed to the homeowner association, to monitor the parking that the apartment dwellers are utilizing on-site, on the open field parking. Of course, they'll also be tasked with managing the parking lot within the building's framework, the parking garage. The ongoing work with Jimbo's Liquor, which is by Gonzo's representation, the oldest running business in Basalt downtown, and BLT with Raquel and her family. Yes, of course, we're working with both of them and have nothing but interest in making sure that they're part of what is going forward inside the grocery store, and it could be a great fit. The architecture comments are purely subjective. We've worked hard, as our group will encompass the Western theme that we were charged to go pursue. We brought that in visibly, and we've also, of course, provided materials that show ridgeline views. That was not without small effort from various angles within downtown. So, of course, we've showed those things, and don't appreciate when we're accused otherwise. If a person has not tracked what's been going on, there's always the videos that they can repeat and watch to get in touch with what the history of this project is, which now encompasses 5 public meetings with the council and others in front of planning and zoning. The parking spaces, I think I'll have Andrew speak to, and then, of course, we're working also with Skip's Market. We love those guys. We've met multiple times with Skip and his management team, and are looking for ways to work with them, and unfortunately, if that's being construed that we're somehow throwing them under the bus, we'd take offense to that, quite frankly. It's not even close to how we're operating, Andrea, and we'd like you to appreciate that we've also worked with other businesses over the course of our experiences here in the downtown and the Willits area to ensure small, sustainable businesses are kept in place as best we can support that. The workforce housing, of course, studios are part of that. You know that by way of what's in here. There's no inaccuracies there in terms of the size of those studio units, which are being perceived quite successfully in other mid-valley and down-valley locations, actually up-valley too. Studio may not last forever. We all would, I think, appreciate that, but it's a great transition into the community and a great place to go for a single person, especially, or a couple. And given the studio's locations where you're extending your reach by way of the location near transit, the location near entertainment, the location near the restaurants and retail, they become great customers in a highly efficient way for the grocery store and for other retailers and businesses in the surrounding area. As far as sales tax goes, yes, we've studied that. We've even disclosed what we believe that number is going to be. You're welcome to go back to record on that. And as far as traffic study, yes, of course, that's part of the requirements as we go forward. So we'll understand how the traffic is handled as a result of a downsized commercial development. Why don't you go ahead and speak on
the parking should be very quick. We've discussed this before. There's 62 spaces for a 30,000 square foot commercial building right now. We're adding approximately 60 spaces within the building footprint. That does not take away the existing 62 spaces. So we're adding spaces. And by parking code demand on the existing parking lot, those existing 62 spaces will be down by approximately, I think it's 20 spaces lower. It's 39 spaces lower parking demand on that HOA lot than is there right now with the existing building. So I think the concern that we hear over and over again from people that haven't read or done their homework gets a little frustrating. But it's very important to us that our guests and that our retail operators have a very good parking situation. And finally, I want to say, Laura, we are encouraging neighborhood connectivity, but absolutely would never ask to do anything with your property that's not with your consent, as the mayor said. I mean, old friends and neighbors, that's what we would like to be. So with that, I think we'll turn it back over to you all.
Okay. Council, comments, questions, actions, ideas? The floor is wide open.
I'd like to step in on 12 and actually channel something that Andrew said. In this stipulation, I appreciate you guys actually going, everything you've done, it's been great. You've definitely been listening and working towards a great project. I would like to address the primary resident requirement and see if that's something that you guys are willing to work on. As you stated, this should be workforce housing for the valley. We saw it in another presentation earlier. We're at, crisis levels with housing for the valley. So leaving 40% open for non-resident is kind of going in the wrong direction. And I don't know if that's something that can be addressed or if that's something you'll draw the line on. So like make it 80, 90, or 100% workforce or, primary resident requirement, because that's what we need in the valley.
I hear you, Ryan. I think where we are is these conditions would probably better, settle the dust. Let's work on these. I think you'll hear from us, Andrew and I, that we're committed to making sure that these are workforce housing units. And per your request, we'll look at final application for how to accommodate your question about ensuring primary is primary. I think there's some RO stipulations, some things that already exist in the town's domain that we could rely on, but I think it's just proof of that being your residence. So I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Now that pertains to those that we have there. We'll also consider your request for increasing the percentage, if that's what you've asked.
Yeah, I just think it's something that we've heard constantly, and to Andrew's words, he said this is
We thought that matter was settled because we didn't hear any more about it. We just honed in on the one that you guys brought in front of us. We dealt with it.
Totally understand.
So we weren't trying to disrupt more things along the way. We were trying to get to a clean bill of conditions tonight.
I totally understand.
Thank you.
I'm just bringing it up as something that has been very forefront of a lot of people's minds right now, and it's something that I think is going to continue. So.
Comments, questions? Bill?
Yeah, I'll chime in. Again, great work, you guys. Really appreciate you going the distance. And again, I think we are in much better space than we were in the past. I'm not going to repeat what others have said about housing or parking or all of that. I need to go back and reprise what I brought up last meeting, which was about the grocery, because my commitment is, Andrew, I think you just mentioned, your commitment is to seeing small and medium enterprise flourish in this town. And after having sat on this council now for 3+ years, we have talked extensively about vitality as something desirable for Midland. And having raised the definition of grocery last week or 2 weeks ago, I encouraged a more liberal definition of grocery store. And the lexicon and the use that continues to come up is of a conventional grocery store. So it sounds to me like we are trundling down this path where we are going to have another national chain, which is absolutely positively antithetic to what our town needs in the downtown corridor. So I don't know where the responsibility resides, but the definition is in the BCC sketch plan. I don't know if you guys came up with that or not, but I'd like to see that definition changed for the next meeting when we move forward yet again. And as it specifies in paragraph number 2, it's not lettered, but the definition of grocery store included in the BCC sketch plan can be worked upon. Staff reserves the right to continue working with the applicant. So I would like to encourage staff to work with you such that we provide greater latitude for purchases for home consumption, for purchases for on-site prepared foods, but I also want assurance that we are going to have food to order for dine-in, eat-in, as with Denver Center Market, which you guys have cited. I've talked about Eataly extensively. We visited it last week. There is one in Denver. That is a model that would be very attractive because it would represent a destination. People could still procure their fruits, vegetables, and other necessities, but it would have a very, very different character that I think would help promote the vitality on Midland. So let me encourage the redefinition such that we can, feel more comfortable that we are not going to end up with a single operator, which also seems to be the model. The way that we're using the language, it strikes me that we are looking at a single operator. I don't know that that necessarily has to be the case. Perhaps it is. Italy is owned by a single operator, that's true, and they have different stalls. But if you can work on that with staff, I would certainly feel a lot more comfortable that we would have something distinctive.
Just to help you with your confidence about that, Bill, we have ongoing discussions with a variety of operators right now that are in kind of the whole spectrum. That definition of grocery has been relaxed to include more flexibility than it was when we originally worked on with staff. I'm sure James and Susan would affirm that. We could even go back and show the edits along the way from back in the time of planning and zoning era before it even hit town council.
Okay.
So we've been working on maintaining flexibility in that definition to allow any and all good solutions to happen, and that would include the kind of experiential grocery store that we've talked about.
Okay. Okay, just to underline the point, because it kind of gets to Andrea's question as well. Do you anticipate that there will be eat-in, dine-in service available, food service?
Every grocery store is doing that now. They'd be crazy not to.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And to be,
Absolutely.
and to be clear, like, our term with a grocery store is just that entity. It's not, because there's usually somebody that runs even if it was all the way to a food hall, there's somebody that runs that. So I think, like,
Because I get the impression that we're on the same page, but when I hear the lexicon and the usage in council, I get really, really concerned. Because I do not want to see.
Grocery.
Right. As much as I love our grocery stores and they generate an awful lot of sales tax revenue for us, that's not what we want on Midland.
I think the theme of the definition is right now intentionally hybrid.
Okay.
We'll be looking for the best answer as we move forward. Right now, we've gone as far as we really can go with these operators. As evidence, even with Andrew and I were thinking about the restaurant and what we believe is real success with River Park and Free Range Kitchen coming to that answer. And you were on council as we were working through, is it gonna be possible to do the restaurant? Is it gonna be the last thing? And how big can it be? And is it gonna just put another restaurant out of business? There was all kinds of concern about that. Right. Only after we wrapped up final application, got entitlements resolved, was it possible to have that kind of productive dialogue. Those conversations had begun, but to actually get it down to a level of this is now doable, everybody's gonna invest time and energy to make it happen. We're getting there, but that's kind of how we can't expect that today to be in place.
All right. Thank you guys very much for the hard work.
David?
So thanks for the amendments. I think I'm good with the amendments you've made. I think they kind of clarified things. One point, though, I did want to make sure we discuss is part of the composition of grocery and the sketch conditions. Right now, as written, everything's kind of concurrent as far as CO and all that. And the alternative conditions, what does the rest of the council think on that? I kind of prefer as written, but I want to make sure we talk about that.
I think we should probably address that in the motion when we're ready for that. I think a motion will have to reference the draft language, the language that's in the current resolution that James drafted. So the yellow highlighted language that we saw earlier this evening is now the current proposed resolution 38 that provides for.
Just as a clarification, that's an alternate condition. Everything else, the yellow is the amended condition. On that one, the real condition is that it has to be concurrent, and then the yellow condition that says alternate is the alternate condition. So the motion should be really clear if you're going with the alternate condition in this, or the straight condition that it's done at the same time.
That's my understanding.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that's the way we'd get at it.
But I mean, the debate part of it.
Oh, okay.
Because that's a decision
Yeah,
that we need to make.
so, to recap, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the alternate condition stipulates that before a CO could be issued for the first residential unit, there must be a contract in place with a grocer. $250,000 has to be posted with the town. There has to be a, building permit application for tenant improvements. And that's basically it, right? There's a,
And it still has to be done between 9 months
Yeah.
of the original building permit, so there's
Yeah.
still a.
So, yeah, I'm in favor. I mean, I think that's a workable deal. I think the guarantees are adequate to, and it's understandable that you would want to phase it that way, so I don't have a problem with it, but.
I mean, I'll give like just a little history. They did that previously with his concern is like until they get their final approval, they don't know who their contract's going to be with. But if you look at what's going to happen with free range, it's opening before a single resident is actually being built, or I mean being occupied. Am I correct?
Well, they have to get there first, but yeah, most likely.
So, okay. So any additional comments, questions? We've heard from the public, we've heard from the applicant. This is sketch. We've got a lot of ideas and conditions that we're gonna look back forward to before we see this at final. So I'd be pleased to ask this if there's a motion to approve resolution number 38, series of 2021.
I just ask one other quick question. I saw during the public comment, I think Todd had brought up, obviously,
Yeah.
there's a bigger, I know you guys have talked to people in the HOA. Was there ever a discussion of something bigger, something grandiose that obviously it didn't come to fruition?
We've talked to all the neighbors, and the neighbors are, I think, happy with their existing businesses.
There's not only businesses in there, there's homes. Residences that have been multi-generational on the riverfront there, they're pretty well disguised. But yeah, blue sky discussions happen with some of those property owners, and certainly the vision has been well communicated publicly. Aspinall sold fairly recently to a relatively new owner to it, and he's very happy, and he's kind of one of the linchpins, I think. Also Cassie's, which isn't even in the HOA, but the gas station, they just sold too. So there's pretty stable businesses in the area, and they're doing what they do. But thank you. And I think Todd's right to say, has it happened? Yes, it has. We should have, in fact, addressed his question in our comments to make sure that that was pretty well vetted. We also didn't talk about height, and I just wanted to make sure that our design team was able to speak to that.
Gary?
Were you going to say that, Gary?
Yes, I was gonna be like, I'd
Okay.
like to go into the height.
Okay.
Thanks. Scott McHale with Z Group Architects. So just in addressing the height, there were a little bit of misconceptions and maybe mischaracterization of the height. So we just wanted to kind of put out a little bit more clarification of the numbers. So when we look at it, so was the building reduced by a story? Yes, it was. There was an incremental increase on the grocery for livability, so we did increase that from 14 to 16 feet. But in the reduction, the third floor of the new building is at 27 feet above grade, and in the previous application, level 4 floor was 36 feet. So there was a 9-foot reduction in the floor height of the uppermost floor. So that's almost a story there. And in the height, in talking about, was it, you only reduced it to 45 feet. So we thought that the presentation and the 3D model would have been good enough. Obviously it wasn't. So just to explain, to be very clear, that majority of the building, 73% of the roof, is below 39 feet 6 inches. 73%. That means 27% breaks that. That is made up of gabled roof forms and shed roof forms. So the shed roof forms are even lower, but of the gable forms, the uppermost peak of those gable forms would reach the 45 feet that we talk about. Now, that's a triangular piece of the roof, not a block. So it's a very small percentage, and there are 6 of those when you go around the building and count them. So that's what we're talking about with the height. Yes, it was reduced. Majority of the building is 39 feet 6, 27%, in area breaks it, but it's a triangular area. And of that also, just to note, with the building across the street, we were, kind of looking at it the other day, and even more, and the Gold River building where the bank is in Ski Co., the one that we all talk about and we see from the intersection, that building is about 5 to 6 feet above where we're going to be as far as grade. So when you put those together and you put those in a section across from each other, their building total height is, and their building is 42 feet 6 inches from the sidewalk. So in total, that's about 48 feet 6, whereas our building max is at 45 feet. So we're, yet we are below what's across the street over there today. Plus we're further set back from the road, which we talked about and Bill pointed out in the last meeting as well. So with all those things, we're working to keep the massing down and keep the scale down. And the condition is in there to study more from the bank side, which we will do. We already have plans to lower that roof area, so we're getting there. We're in sketch plan. We have final coming up. We're excited to keep it moving, and we're sure everybody's going to love it. It's a great project, so we're very excited about it. Thank you.
I'd like to point out, thank you, Scott, that the renderings that we show are public records. So to see what's there in terms of the gables and the articulation of that top of that roof form, it's meant to add a level of quality and interest and break up the line. To extrapolate that's somehow all going to be only 4 feet below is kind of an issue that we wanted to make sure we were addressing. There was also a comment made by a member of the public that we were breaking the building code because the building code is 38 feet, which is absolutely erroneous. This zone area, as you on council, I hope, are well aware of, is within the community serving commercial. It's a volunteer overlay zone. And with a grocery store, you're allowed to go 49 feet. We've come way below that. So we're very confident that with Scott and Seth's expertise, that this building will sit in the lowered field that it is and away from sidewalks where people are otherwise up close to a building that is pretty far removed. The impact of the building is going to be pretty comfortable. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Additional comments, questions, discussion? Willing to make a motion?
Mayor, I move that the town council approve resolution 38, series of 2021.
Second.
Bill, you
With
need to
what
make it
condition?
clear on that alternate condition. Are you going with the yellow language on condition number 2?
For the grocery store.
For the grocery store, that has to do with the timing of the grocery store.
The lease being in place and the building permit being in place.
Do you want to give them 9 months or just straight?
Or do you want to make them do
Yeah,
it at the
just-
same time?
It's
Yeah.
as drafted. I mean, basically, I think the motion wants to say as currently drafted, as presented to
Well,
council.
It really is 2 options. I mean, just say with that yellow language.
The yellow
Say either
highlighted
with-
language.
Say without
the
the
yellow
alternative
language.
condition?
Yeah, the alternate
Without-
condition.
Yeah, you said
So-
that language.
Are we voting on without or with?
With.
Without.
With the alternate condition.
Yes, as drafted with the alternate condition.
So that gives them 9 months, 250 grand goes to the town.
Well, the 250 grand is simply escrow.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Do we want to,
I apologize.
David?
David, so do we want a roll call or voice vote on this, Counselor?
Up to you. I think roll call would be appropriate.
Okay. Pam, please call the roll.
Okay. Okay, let's begin with Gary Tenenbaum,
Yes.
David Knight,
Yes.
Bill Infante,
Yes.
Glenn Drummond,
Yes.
Ryan Slack,
Yes.
and Bill Kane.
Yes.
Motion carries.
We'll see you guys in, 3 weeks?
Short
2
order.
weeks?
We're going to be moving fast. While it's all still fresh.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for working.
Thanks, everybody in the public that participated in this as well. And we'll keep working on it, so.
And if you spoke, if you could fill out the sign-in sheet, that'd be great.
Okay, next order of business is item number 7F. This is a public hearing and first reading of ordinance number 15, ordinance of the Town Council of Town of Basalt, Colorado, approving a site-specific development plan, an amendment to the approval documents to permit 12-unit residential apartment project on Lot J of the Basalt Commercial Park subdivision, Basalt, Colorado. So, James, you can let the room clear here if you want for take a sec.
Okay. It's only sketch.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, I'm back. Just poof, now here.
Did you get a snack?
Had some more soup.
Ah, nice.
Is it snowing or anything yet?
No.
Okay, are we ready to go again here?
Ready as we'll ever be.
Ready to go.
So this is a public hearing and first reading of an ordinance on an application submitted by Forkfront LLC to construct a 12-unit apartment building on Lot J of the Basalt Commercial Park subdivision and PUD. The site subject to the application, as you can see on the vicinity map here, is located right here at the end of Emma Road. It's past the Basalt River Lofts building that was constructed by Harry Teague, as well as the Roaring Fork Apartments, which are located right here on Emma Road, and also the BRT station is located right here adjacent to the highway. The proposal is to construct a 12-unit apartment building with 3 units being deed restricted as rental affordable housing, and they proposed for one of the deed restricted units to be on each of the 3 floors. And they propose to construct 26 total parking spaces. Let me move this around so you can see those. As you can see on the site plan here, they do include a couple of tandem spaces, as was discussed at the sketch plan level. The applicant can go into more detail on their application as part of their comments. But the review process has been that the applicants chose to break up the development review into a sketch plan and a final plan review. The applicant received a sketch plan approval subject to resolution number 2, series of 2021. And then, so this is the final plan review. The final plan review entails 1 round of review by the P&Z and Town Council, with the P&Z making a recommendation to the council. So this evening, staff will present the discussion items that were identified as part of the final plan review. And then the applicants will provide comments and provide additional details on the final plan application. Then staff would suggest taking public comments, as it is a public hearing, and then providing council discussion on the ordinance and application. In terms of the discussion items that came up as part of the final plan review, the first was consistency with the master plan. The 2020 master plan designated the property as mixed-use commercial with a density range of up to 12 units, as the applicant has proposed. The P&Z and the council at the sketch plan review felt that the proposed density was acceptable and that it was appropriate given the adjacency to the BRT and also the close proximity to downtown. Other discussion items that were evaluated included consistency with the neighborhood character. The applicants made revisions to the design as part of the sketch plan review. And what they did was in response to concerns that were provided by the P&Z at sketch plan. They added vertical elements, they lightened the color of the materials, as well as adjusted the window pattern to provide more of a rhythm. And it's a modern building similar to the Basalt River lofts. And P&Z ultimately was satisfied with the revisions that were made. In terms of other discussion items, there are several PUD amendment requests. There are two that are part of the application. The first is that the building be 100% residential. The PUD includes a mixed use requirement currently, and the prior designs for the property were mixed use. But the P&Z and council at the sketch plan level were supportive of allowing a 100% residential project on the site. The second request as part of the PUD is to amend the height limit for the property in the PUD from 30 feet to 32 feet to make the units more livable. The P&Z was supportive of the proposed height adjustment as part of the sketch plan as well as the final plan review. The council, however, was not approving of the height adjustment as part of the sketch plan, but suggested that the applicant could come back as part of the final plan if they provided additional community benefit to consider the height adjustment by 2 feet. In terms of the additional community benefit, the applicants have proposed to contribute to extending the Ponderosa Trail. And let me go to the extension. As you can see in the map that's in your packet, as well as this map on the screen, the applicants have proposed to provide the extension of the Ponderosa Trail, as you can see in red here, which was in the town's plans, as well as to do the construction of a kind of combination trail entry off of Emma Road and truck turnaround. There have been some issues with trucks delivering to the commercial properties at the beginning of Emma Road, going down to the end of Emma Road and having some conflicts with the residential down at the end. And so they've been basically turning around mid-block and driving over sidewalks and creating issues. So town staff and the town engineer identified that this would be a potential way to mitigate those concerns, to do a truck turnaround that's combined with the middle trail entrance to the Ponderosa Trail. You've got the Roaring Fork Apartments that are further up here, and then you've got the Basalt River lofts that are down further on Emma Road. And so this would allow for trucks to turn around here and not go down to the end of Emma Road. So the applicants have proposed to make those improvements to the trail as well as the turnaround at the mid section of Emma Road, or pay the town $70,000 to make those improvements if they can't get to them by the middle of next summer, basically 7 months after approval. So that's the proposed community benefit that they've looked to add to the project, and they can go over that in more detail as well. Other topics for consideration, the Post Committee was supportive of the proposed trail improvements, as well as the truck turnaround that would be associated with the central trailhead of the Ponderosa Trail. They were hopeful that the timing for the improvements could work out so that the improvements could be completed by midsummer, so that Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers could add to those improvements as they did last year with the rest of the Ponderosa Trail. Height of the solar panels was another discussion item. The applicants have better defined the height of the solar panels as part of the sketch plan. And they've defined that they would be limited to several feet above the height limit of the roof, which is allowed by the town code. Applicants can provide more details on that. The applicants have also defined the materials, which are all proposed to be fire rated to satisfy the wildfire protection ordinance, and this is reiterated in the draft conditions of approval. Other discussion items included the affordable housing mitigation. As was noted, the applicants have proposed to provide 3 Category 2 rental units to meet the mitigation requirements of 25%. The Basalt Affordable Community Housing Committee, BAC, reviewed the application and were accepting of the livability of the units and recommended approval. But as part of the Planning and Zoning Commission's review, they actually recommended requiring that each of the categories be represented, so Category 1, 2, and 3, so that there be 1 Category 1, 1 Category 2, and 1 Category 3 unit included. And so the draft ordinance that you have in front of you includes that mix in terms of the range of the category units. Other discussion items that came up as part of the sketch plan review included the exterior lighting requirements. And the applicants have provided a lighting plan for evaluation by staff and the council. It provides sufficient but muted lighting adjacent to the building and the parking area, as well as the trash facilities, which are over on this eastern extent. And staff has included a condition that they include a dimmer switch, which we've been doing in basically all exterior lighting, so that if we have complaint issues, there's potential to adjust it to hopefully mitigate any issues that you have. Other discussion items included green building. The applicants are required to meet the town's sustainable building regulations, or SBR requirements. They've also, as I noted, proposed to provide solar on the roof to meet their renewable energy requirements, and they can speak a little bit more to that as well. They also have requested a floodplain Reach 2 ESA review, and a portion of the site, a small corner, is in the floodplain. They've submitted an application to FEMA for a LOMAR F, letter of map revision, and it's still going through the process, but the town's hydrologist has reviewed it and believes that FEMA will approve it. They have a condition in the draft ordinance that says that the council won't approve of a final plan review until that LOMAR is completed. And then finally, vested rights. The applicants have proposed 3 years of vested rights consistent with the town code, and that's been included in the draft conditions of approval. So this evening, staff would recommend hearing applicant comments, taking public comments, and then providing council discussion. If you are comfortable, you could approve the ordinance on first reading. The P&Z recommended approval with the conditions that you have in the draft ordinance. This evening, we have the applicants here. We've got Aaron Ward, who is the property owner, and you've got Ramsey Fulton and Jeff Dahl from Building Seed Architects.
Thanks, James. This is, the council want to take time to talk to the applicant? We want to open the public hearing. What are anybody's druthers on this?
I think they're going to do a presentation.
Yeah, let's do that.
Sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Thank you for having us here tonight. We were in this forum on Zoom, that is, last January. And so the presentation today I'd like to kind of run you through is basically just to first of all review what we had looked at in January, because some time has passed. I'm sure it's not fresh in anyone's head. And then get into some of the things that we've done since then to make this more approvable after a sketch plan. So the first slide here Basically shows you the exterior sort of corner of the building as looking from sort of the Emma Road. As you pass by Basalt River Lofts, this is a 12-unit transit-oriented apartment building. Go ahead and go to the next slide. This kind of just shows you the general vicinity of where this lot is. The very end of Emma Road, surrounded on three sides by sort of forest and highway and river. And Basalt River Lofts, Harry Teague's building is our adjoining neighbor on one side, but held off by an access easement and plaza used for Pickens County for emergency access there. So go to the next slide. So this is generally the outline of the parcel that we're looking at here. Obviously, it's in a very walkable to downtown schools and community location, which is a great location, in our opinion, for units, affordable units, and workforce housing, which is what this project is trying to become. We have obviously one neighbor, otherwise connected to nature on two fronts and Highway 82 on the other. So the juxtaposition between Highway 82 and the natural connection to the river frontage became a big theme of the architectural response. And on the south side, where you have Highway 82, we wanted to make it an attractive building that kept into the theme of the modern architecture in our neighboring parcel, but also making sure on the back side is where we would open up to decks and big views for the inhabitants of these units that you'll see in floor plan a little bit further on. Go ahead and go to the next one. This just shows you some views looking at the land of the parcel and back towards the river and the other east flanking forest area, where we have a beautiful array of very tall, very old cottonwoods growing up next to the riverbank. 60 to 70 feet tall, really beautiful scenery for you to look out your window of your dining room or your bedroom. So I thought it was worth sharing that. Next slide. This is the Basalt River Lofts, and this is the one on the left is as seen from Highway 82, basically coming down the highway as best we could get a shot without entering traffic, I believe. And the other one is sort of at the drive and the parking area that would be in front of our parcel, looking at Basalt River Lofts. It's sort of assumed that this building is generally 30 feet tall, which was the underlying PUD's height limit, and is utilized the 3 to 4 feet of extra height for their solar array on the top there to give it its current standing of architectural language. It's also worth noting that right there in front of those trucks and where those trucks are, that is the emergency access easement that will not be parking once this project is kind of fully in swing, and it's standing roughly 65 feet away from our parcel. Next slide. So here's our general overall site plan that James already shared with you. Just a couple of highlights. We're required to have 26 parking spaces, and 2 of those are actually provided in front of Basalt River Lofts as part of the PUD's allocation of parking. And then we're providing the rest of the stalls sort of in the between Highway 82 and the front of our building. And as part of that, we're providing 2 handicap spaces that is a little bit above and beyond the code requirement, 2 electric vehicle charging stations. And also, we went to the length, after hearing from the town arborist, to protect that ponderosa pine that you see in the lower right-hand corner, and have reconfigured the parking a couple times to make that a possibility. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So as I already mentioned before, this is a theme to be a workforce-oriented housing project. And I know that's kind of a buzzword these days, but really that is what we're shooting for, and we have been since day one, mainly taking cue from the master plan. And Aaron's earlier conversation with James when we started this project and what the town needed. All the units are for rent. We have removed any ability for condominiums in our approvals, so that's something we can kind of put by the wayside there. 3 of the units are affordable units. They're shown here as Unit C, which is sort of the orange unit that's between the blue and yellow on 3 floors. 25% deed restricted affordable housing. They're all 2-bedroom, 2 baths. They exceed the minimum size, filling up the 2-bed inventory that's highly in demand in this valley to some degree, and what we can on this parcel. Go ahead and go to the next slide. As part of our architectural style and approach to this project, we did feel it was a responsible solution with the draft of the 2020 master plan already made public and then being adopted as we were in design of this project, to go ahead and make sure we were harnessing as much of that information that was made public to what the town wants as we possibly could. In the last meeting we were in, I went into very thorough detail and into some of the areas where we were excelling in that. I'm going to sort of skip that tonight for everyone's sake, but I will just mention once again that theme 2, affordable and inclusive living, is certainly something that we're theming here, as is a resilient and sustainable environment. And the third area is that this Lot J is one of the key parcels in that document, and it was supportive of 12 units. So we'll go to the next slide. So at that, we're going to sort of jump off from what we presented in January to where we are today. And where we are today was we seeked approval from a sketch plan for a 30-foot height limit per the PUD, and consideration of approval for 32 feet if the applicant can show community benefit. So our general task at hand here, besides addressing items by the P&Z, was for town council was to come up with some community benefit for this this allowance. And the first item that was helped, James and staff helped us come up with as a benefit that was in need, was the expansion of the Ponderosa Trail and the extension to where it could have an ending, and provide approximately 1,000 feet of additional trail. Go to the next slide. The other item that James already mentioned is this truck turnaround, which anyone who's ever been at the end of Emma Road can understand that is a bit major problem at the current time, with trucks not having an adequate place to turn around and not allowed to turn around on the other side of Salt River Lofts, and they're kind of left in no good turn, if you will. So having this truck turnaround at the entry to the Ponderosa Trail will be a real benefit to the services, dropping off food and other amenities. The third item that we agreed to offer here today is 3 public benches and 3 public picnic tables as part of that extension of the Ponderosa Trail. And all these items combined have been estimated for a monetary value of roughly $70,000. And we feel like that's a fairly substantial contribution in the big picture of what we're trying to do here today. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this slide just illustrates, once again, on the left, some of the community benefits and some of the findings that I just ran through, as well as sort of the notion that higher quality of community inventory of affordable and accessible units will be rendered by having higher ceilings. But really there's also, in conjunction with this, the real reason why we're trying to push that forward is occupant benefits. And the occupant benefits of all having ceilings with spaces higher than 8 feet, to us, is something that anyone should be striving for. Most apartment building and condominium development these days are going for more or less 9-foot ceiling heights. And if we were held to the current height, there would definitely be areas where we could foresee it being below 8 feet, given the mechanical drops that are going to inevitably be needed to service this building. And so what does that do for you? And that really provides for the health of the occupant, natural lighting in the space, which then in turn makes you rely less on artificial lighting. The big views out the deck and off the back are made larger views, ports to nature for the inhabitants and occupants, and the air quality and circulation obviously become a much healthier environment. So in our perspective, this is really not a real estate or a rent thing. We don't feel like that translates, and this is really just something we're trying to make it a better product with that extra 2 feet. So the next question is reasonability there, and so the question we're pondering is this reasonable? And our original application was to P&Z for 33 feet to match the underlying zoning. And a lot of typical underlying zonings that allow for 3 stories have a 33-foot height limit. And so we felt like that was a reasonable request. However, we dropped the parapet height that was sort of in excess of what we needed in order to accommodate some of the concerns of the height going over 30 feet by neighbors. Once again, that does conform with the underlying zoning and as designed for a 3-story project. And the 12 units, once again, is in support of the master plan as one of the key parcels. And the only way to get 12 units onto this plot of land is to have 3-story development. And then the other thing to point out in this particular topic here is that we feel like it's also reasonable because, you know, the solar array of our neighboring building does sort of have the appearance of a building that is above 30 feet, and probably top of solar panels for them and us would be more or less equal in the end if we're not a little bit below that. And we are going to do our best with our solar array arrangement of trying to shift those inward and away from the viewpoint of the neighboring property. You go to the next slide. And just to make sure it was included in here, because the last meeting we're in, we didn't have this one ready. We wanted to show you the material board and the exterior materials that have been worked through P&Z hearings and town council meetings for the property, and they all are fire-resistant materials. So if you go to the next slide. And so then this is basically a slide that just shows really quickly other adjustments that have recently been made. And James did a good job of explaining what has happened since the P&Z meeting. During the P&Z meeting, we agreed to pay for the green ride surcharge as paid by the owner. Per P&Z discussion, the affordables have been requested to be Category 1, Category 2, and Category 3 deed-restricted units with a buy-down opportunity extended to the town amongst those. No short-term rentals was agreed to outright and readily. On the ground floor, all units are accessible, and after the last meeting with P&Z, we agreed to make one of the accessible units a Type A accessible unit that would be most adjacent to the 2 handicap parking stalls. And then, of course, the 2 electric vehicle charging stations. So in kind of conclusion here, we feel like we're all overall happy with the process and feel an inclusive and collaborative public process here, and we feel like it's made a better project in the long run. So we would encourage approval based on our focus of quality rental apartment units the town needs and the applicant's willing to offer, with real benefits to the amenities and betterment of the surrounding public spaces for the use of the community as a whole. Thank you so much.
Good summary. Anyone else on your end? Or are you prepared to take questions? Or
I think that's it for our presentation. Okay.
This is a public hearing. It might be more useful for the public, though, to have a little exchange with the applicant before we open the floor for public comment. It doesn't look like we have a huge turnout here for that either.
No, you do have one person that's waiting on Zoom to speak.
Okay. Unless the council feels otherwise, let's get through our questions and then we'll get to public comment. So I just had one question, guys. It's a kind of a big question, but I know you can answer it concisely. So I'm fascinated by your solar array plan. I did have a chance to read the Sunsense report. And what is the overall sort of HVAC plan here? Are these, the report's showing, like, slightly in excess in terms of annual kilowatt generation. You're showing excess production. You're showing a positive 1,000 annual kilowatt hours. So you're saying demand in the building's like 38,000, and the solar array is going to generate 39,000 based on the graph that you have in your application. So does that support electric heat? What's the sort of heating plan? These air-based heat pumps, and
Yeah.
so we got 0 greenhouse gas emission and 100% on-site coverage. This is sounding like a net zero building here or something.
Unfortunately, it's not a net zero building.
Okay.
I believe one of our underarching goals of that PV array, I don't know if we'll hit it right on the nose, but it was to try to say that the affordable units will be completely offset by that function, and the heat pumps that are on the roof for heating and cooling, and also try to service the electric vehicle charging stations. So I don't think that it was ever intended that we were going to offset the entire building with the array. I don't think we have the square footage required with current technology.
But it mitigates quite
But yeah,
a bit.
mitigate is to a large degree is our plan, and sort of isolate a certain usage for certain units as a sort of a goal to shoot towards.
So essentially, all electric heat, no greenhouse gas emission for operation of the building.
We're trying to go all electric heat and electric cooling, yes.
Thank you.
They're all 2 bedrooms, is that, or are the affordable units 1 bedrooms?
The affordable units are 2 bedrooms.
Okay.
And if we go back to the plan, James, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sorry, when I blow
Sure.
it up on my screen, I can't
Sure.
read it.
Yeah, we have, on each floor, we have 3 2-bedroom units and 1 1-bedroom unit. And the affordable units are the 2-bedroom, one of the 2-bedroom units on each floor.
Okay.
It's number 7, if that helps. I don't know if it does or not.
Gary has a question.
Oh,
I'll just talk.
Gary. Sorry.
No worries. The question I have really goes to that short-term rental thing. You know, you sat through what we just dealt with the other, and it's one of the big concerns we have is trying to define that a little better. Because I think, you know, one of the things we really should do as a town is to redefine our short-term rental kind of regulation. But I know if it's not your goal, is there a way to ensure that they're longer than 30 days?
In the P&Z meeting, we committed to the no shorter than 30 days. It wasn't until the previous meeting that I'd even heard the 6-month. The intention is for this to be workforce housing and for it to be locals. You know, so completely open to that. The only drawback from, and we would never want to do anything, we would never want to do the Airbnb or anything like that, and I think I worded it last time in P&Z is, I'm planning on managing this thing, and I have 2 small children, so I don't have time to turn over hotel rooms, essentially. So the intention is to, you know, have long-term rentals. The only thing, and it's not an objection, the only thought I had when I heard 6 months was, does that somewhat take away from some of the seasonal workers? And I have an ADU in my home in Willits, and we put our home up for 6-month rentals to hospital, traveling nurses and such. And that seems to be in crazy demand around here with the, you know, not long-term year, not 9 months, not 6 months, some of them wanting 3 months. And they all work on contracts. And so, and they have different time periods. And the demand for housing is so wide that I would never say I wouldn't do 6-month rentals, leases, just to accommodate those traveling nurses. But that is, you know, a portion of our population and demand and need that some of these people come to our community and live here for a relatively short period of time.
Just for curiosity, I mean, are the apartments going to rent as furnished rental units or unfurnished?
No, I mean, unfurnished was the plan. This is.
So who's going to move here for 30
true.
days?
No, that was just an initial thought I had, just based on the hearing, the 6-month, which I have no objection. I would, you know, I think 6-month would be appropriate if you're looking to do what we're trying to do, and that's have workforce housing.
So you're not objecting to a 6 months minimum lease?
No.
Okay, that's, okay. Other questions, guys? David?
How firm is that 70,000 as far as the estimates with the truck turnaround and the trail extension and all that? If that's kind of the max in?
Not very. We had a relatively short period of time to get those bids, and we were, everybody in the valley is very, very busy right now as far as, you know, the GCs and people who would give you those bids. So we had a very quick turnaround. We think we can get it done. The builder, you know, a couple of the builders that I'm currently, you know, working with, I think that's an estimate that we can get it done for. And the intention is for us to actually do it and manage it and not give the contribution.
Have you guys thought about LEED or Green Building Council certifications?
We haven't discussed approaching any sort of LEED certification.
That sounds like you got all the right stuff here to
We could,
qualify.
except for all the paperwork, probably.
Yeah, I know. Cost too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You go to the public comment.
I have two comments, if I may.
Yeah, please do.
One, I voiced this at the first meeting. It's still a concern of mine, not your fault, but a consideration. The traffic on Emma Road, you're going to be introducing probably 24 more cars, possibly. Or no, wait. That was the whole reason I asked you about the one bedrooms. So what is that? I can't do that math.
There's
9
26
and
parking spaces, so. you're
well,
right.
but not all of those will be used all of the time, presumably. But in any case, let's say 20 cars. I would like you guys to have a conversation with the HOA about putting in some kind of speed bumps. I hate them, but there's lots of kids in the Roaring Fork apartments. There's lots of dogs in the Roaring Fork apartments. And there's already a little bit of that goes on with the unit that's at the end. So if you're introducing 20 more cars, I think that's a likelihood.
Yeah, not to downplay that at all. I think that's a valid recommendation. But we are sort of optimistic that this will be transit-oriented housing to some degree by some of the occupants, given the proximity to the bus station and downtown. And as an apartment building, it's not far-fetched to think that some of your occupants will have that lifestyle.
It's actually proven by the Roaring Fork Apartments, who have, I believe, 56 units, and they have an average car, and I don't know how many bedrooms they have. I think it's it probably around 70 or so, or 70-ish bedrooms, and I think they maintain the number of parking spaces is under the number of units. So
Yeah. I live there.
I
live in the Roaring Fork apartments, and that's not true.
I talked to the management there, and I asked her that specific question, and just because they give out the passes, correct, for the cars. So they said that they had, the number was below the number of units. I'm just going off of one conversation, though.
Yeah, no, Kim has, probably hasn't given away as many stickers as there are cars, because
Okay.
I've counted them at night, just out of curiosity. So there's 56 units. I think there are 11 two-bedrooms, and the rest are one-bedrooms. And we average about 75 cars a night.
Okay, so some of them aren't stickered, is that what?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And I mean, some of those are boyfriends and girlfriends and family and friends and whatever that
Yeah.
come and stay the night or whatever. But presumably that'll happen there as well.
Yeah.
Because that's what life is about.
Yeah, but no, I absolutely open to the speed bump. And it seems in the PUD meetings that we've had that everybody is pretty accommodating in that PUD for you know, wanting what's best for everybody. We recently just had to go through the process of the easement, access easement, emergency access easement for the kayak park, and I think everybody, you know, played a good role with getting that right.
Yeah, and I do appreciate the extension of the Ponderosa Trail, so thank you for that. And then my other comment is just more a general comment to my fellow counselors, just something to put in the back of your head, that it's great that we're having workforce housing, but we don't have very many parcels of land left in Basalt. And if the developers that come to us keep doing rentals, then we'll never have any like housing for, like, that progression for people to get out of
Next place
rental
to go.
housing into something else, so, not your fault again, I just want to acknowledge it too, you know, we've just had 2 back-to-back workforce rental situations brought to us, and so I just wanna remind my fellow counselors that we need to
Is that in
think
your thinking
big
to
picture.
eventually kind of minimize if?
We can't. We've taken that away.
All right.
So before you get to other comments, you probably should open the public hearing.
Okay. So with that, I think the public then will have heard enough discussion here. So we will open the public hearing at 8:50. So we have anyone in the audience? I don't think we have anyone in the audience. So we be more than pleased to take call-ins.
Jeff Stoner is here.
Pam?
Hello. Hi, Jeff. We've, you can speak now. We've unmuted you.
Hey, James. So my name is Jeff Stoner. I live at 129 Emma Road. I'm a residential property owner at the Basalt River Lofts, also the Basalt River Lofts HOA president, and also participate on the Basalt Commercial Park HOA board. Just have a few comments here. I mean, if we go back to the 2003 PUD restrictions, I'm not going to discuss the height piece of it, but Lot J was allotted in the plat 17 parking spaces, and now we're talking about 26. I mean, I understand that growth and higher density is where Mid-Valley is going, but that is a 50% increase. And so when we consider traffic on Emma Road, and as it goes past the Valero, which is now the Exxon station, and the jam up that happens around the cul-de-sac, I mean, that's just going to contribute, that the growth in the parking spots there will probably contribute to just general traffic increases there. I'm kind of curious why the town is, and maybe I don't understand how this works, but shaking down the developers for community benefit. So Aaron has now agreed to come up with $70,000 for trail improvements and the truck turnaround. I'm pretty sure he's looking at his cap table and going, I'm just gonna get this back in rent increases on the free market unit. So I'm in free market housing, so, you know, a bit of a concern for me. I'm not sure, you know, where else that money would come from. Regarding the truck turnaround, so Emma Road is actually, it's a private road, the Basalt Commercial Park HOA maintains, so we pay for its maintenance, we pay to plow it. The bulk of the truck traffic, and we're not talking small delivery, UPS, FedEx type trucks that service the residences and businesses, but 18-wheeler beer delivery and food delivery trucks that I think are servicing mainly the Exxon and Basalt liquor store. They are not part of the Basalt Commercial Park. So I find it curious that the town is looking at Aaron and also the Basalt Commercial Park Aaron will pay to have the truck turnaround put in at the midpoint there, but presumably our HOA will pay to plow and maintain it when the Exxon is the one that's causing the bulk of that large truck traffic. So I'm wondering if there's some sort of reconfiguration that could happen on that Exxon property to accommodate the trucks that service their businesses instead of pushing that off to us. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there another?
We have a phone person up there. Let's get them here in the group. They can unmute themselves and speak if they desire.
And if someone's having a problem accessing, raising their hand on the computer, they can text 970-379-1514. I'm kind of assuming that the person that has the phone number 1-713-05-74-790 does not want to speak. Or
I don't know, they just popped up.
Oh, they just popped up. Okay.
You can allow them.
You want to just allow them to talk and see if they have?
Hello, if you're the phone number on the Zoom call, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, please tell us your name
Hi.
and address, please. Address the council and gives your name and address. Thank you.
Sure. My name's Angela Anderson, and my address is 358 Sopra Circle, Basalt.
Okay, thank you. So you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I think that this project seems really well thought out. I think that this valley is really hurting for workforce housing. And I know I heard the thought expressed earlier that, you know, where are people going from workforce housing into housing for ownership? And I get that, but we really do have a big hole in the amount of housing that's here, you know, for our workforce. And, you know, at the end of the day, like, this is a tourism destination. We really depend on this workforce housing, I think, in a way that many other communities don't. And I'm glad to see, you know, just a small scale project that's proposed to meet that need. So, you know, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else? Is that another one? Pam, is there another caller?
This other individual seems to not be interested in speaking.
James, do you want to like announce our number again like you did? Or
Yeah.
that number?
All right, she
There
is.
they are, they popped in.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, this is Tim McMahon.
I'm sorry, could you give us your name and address, please, and then direct your
Yes.
comments? Yeah.
My name is Tim McMahon. My address is 133 Ridge Road.
Okay.
Here in Old Town.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was having some complications with my phone. I think my YouTube stream was just a bit delayed. I've followed this project for a little bit and am a small business employer up in Snowmass and Aspen, and certainly have a substantial need for a project like this. So our staff that comes in on a yearly basis, most of them are seasonal, and they do bounce around to community. So the 6-month short-term rental does impact us a little bit. When somebody comes in for the season, usually they try to get here at about Thanksgiving, and then they work and tend to leave end of March, early April, kind of coincides with ski season, and then they might go raft in another state or another part of our state and then come back for the winter season. So we have a lot of staff members that do the quote unquote jump into different resort communities. What I like about this project is, one, the proximity to the resorts up in Aspen and Snowmass, the quick access to the bus. We have a lot of our employees that live near the Rafta bus stop that allows them not to have a vehicle here, which obviously saves them quite a bit of money. And then we provide bus passes and discounted fares for them to come up to the shops. So what I see as a big community benefit is not only just the salt, but also the seasonal staff shortage that we see up valley as well. So I'd like to thank everybody for their time, and just know that as a resident here in Basalt, I like the idea, I like the design, and as a business member up in the Aspen Snowmass area, this would just be another potential area for our staff members to find housing that is pretty hard to do right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That
That's all we have on the Zoom call.
Okay, so with that, then I will declare the public hearing closed at 8:58 PM. And discussion from council.
So
questions?
I'd like to touch base on the truck turnaround. That was a staff recommendation?
Yes, it actually came out of discussions with people that lived in the Harry Teague's building, because right now the trucks are coming down. They're doing one of two things. They're driving all the way down to the end and then they're turning around. Or mid about where this area is, they're actually doing a U-turn, and you can see the truck marks. We took out the P&Z, you could actually see the black marks where they were coming over, kind of going into the seat out right away on the dirt, and then coming over and running over the sidewalk. So that turnaround won't be available at all. And they were complaining about how many trucks drive all the way down to the end where Harry Teague's building is and turn around. That's virtually going to be impossible when you have the parking that's shown on that site plan. So that was kind of coming from us when we were kind of trying to explore what are some community benefits. So actually, it did come from us.
I just, out of curiosity, I mean, I do agree with the HOA, like, I mean, 18-wheelers are probably one of the most destructive things there is that you can have on asphalt. So is there, like, getting 18-wheelers not to go down that road?
I really don't see that there's a solution. The trucks are serving Subway, and they're serving the gas station, and there's no way that they can stop a truck on the roundabout on the entryway and do anything there. So it was really set up. I don't think trucks were as big as, when this subdivision was approved by Basalt a long time ago. People were driving smaller beer trucks than they are the larger trucks that they're doing today. So I don't think we've ever come up with a solution to anything else with the truck movement.
But I think to Jeff's point, he is correct that the Exxon station is not part of the HOA. So they have absolutely no skin in the game to try and fix that problem at all. They don't care. So we're basically solving their problem for them, and they don't have to do anything. So I don't exactly love that.
Well, it's not really their problem, it's their delivery problem. It's a third party,
There's a service being provided to them of delivering goods.
Right, I don't disagree with that, but
But if
like,
someone makes a wrong turn, that's not even delivering there, right? I've seen a lot of trucks in that roundabout
like
do
also
some
the car
crazy
wash,
things.
all of the car wash, all the cars that come out of the car wash and they create all the potholes in that road. This HOA fixes those potholes. So it's just a bigger problem is what I'm saying.
But I agree with Jeff too, that you guys are being forced to pony up to fix somebody else's problem. So I would almost ask Chief if this isn't an enforcement problem, that we should enforce in a different way.
It's private property.
Yeah.
Emma Road is not private property.
Yeah.
As soon as that whole area back there is
Just
private.
in front of the gas station, before it makes a turn, then everything else is private. So in front of
So if that's all
Subway.
private, then why can't you simply restrict access? If you own it, if the Roaring Fork Apartments own it, it's private property, then they should be able to restrict truck access.
The whole entire HOA would have to agree to it.
I don't think you really could. I mean, I think that if you go back in history, that even though they're separate subdivisions, it was all done at the same time collectively, that was the circulation through the area. So I don't know that you can, pick a subdivision and say, okay, you can block off someone else's access or anything.
Also, there's parking easements on the Basalt Commercial Park property for use of parking in the Exxon property. So there's kind of a joint use scenario there.
And then don't forget, Picken County owns that building too, so they have skin in the game also if they want to stop a truck.
It certainly seems like, to Elise's point as well, there's a public safety dimension to this problem as well. I mean, if I had little kids playing in front of my Roaring Fork apartment and I have 18-wheelers coming through there, that doesn't seem like a particularly good idea. I mean, I don't know what our responsibility to fix this problem is, but it certainly seems like we have a role and a responsibility.
So I guess that's what was our attempt to, we were looking at a solution in terms of how do you get the trucks turning around. Right now, they're just taking any opportunity. They're not making, they're driving over the sidewalks. And it was an attempt to at least make a designated place and not drag all the trucks down to this development to turn around, which they could still probably do, and do a 9-point turn to get out.
I'm happy with the explanation. Yeah. I asked the question. I'm good. I was curious.
Okay. Additional questions not pertaining to truck turnaround? What's the council's pleasure here? Do we want to
You got it.
Mayor, I move the town council approve ordinance number 15, series of 2021 on first reading and continue and set the public hearing and second reading for December 14th, 2021.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
And before you do the vote, does that include the 6 months or not include the 6 months restriction?
Yeah, I think it includes it. I think we
Well,
came
you
to an
have to,
accord.
he would have to change his motion.
Okay.
It's his motion. I seconded it the way you said it, so I'm good with what.
Clarifying the motion to include a 6 months minimum.
Yeah, clarifying the motion to include a 6-month minimum if that's not for, yeah.
Mr. Drummond agrees with
I'll
you.
agree with that. Second.
Okay. So, all those in favor of the motion as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Good work.
Thank you.
You were guinea pigs to some of our other conversations. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Hey, is that BMX park still in operation? Do kids know?
No, we moved it. We moved it down to the Gray Shehigh.
Yeah.
That was a deliberate effort to
Right.
clean that up.
I tried riding it. Not a great idea.
Your skill level or?
The skill level and the physical, yeah, everything, you know. Leg strength, agility, you want to get into it. So, thanks, guys. Congratulations to our town council for getting through an awesome agenda.
We got one more.
Stop trying to kick us out here. Gotta raise the water rate.
Try.
7G, an ordinance of the town council, town of Basalt, Colorado, approving water rate charges pursuant to section 1347 of the town code. Christie and Ryan,
Yeah, so
I'm
I'll,
not trying to put a lot of pressure on you, but you got the drift here. We're
I have 20 seconds. No, so this concept of a water rate increase by 7.5% for 2022 was presented during the budget, and this is sort of a separate charge, a housekeeping piece to that to kind of catch those rates up to what we would expect in the budget for 2022. So the reason for this water rate increase, we've increased the rates a few years ago and then have not done so for I believe it's three years. This would be the 4th year. It's important to remember that the water fund is an enterprise fund, so it's wholly supported through fees that are charged to the users. And so based on our capital needs over the next 5 years, and then also for just, operations for the water department, we determined that this 7.5% increase is sort of the minimal, reasonable increase in order to keep up with maintenance on our water infrastructure. This certainly isn't bolstering our reserves over a reasonable level by any means. And, the cost of doing business, as I'm sure we all appreciate in our personal lives, but then also as we've witnessed just in this last year on doing construction, labor costs, et cetera, are going up, and we just have to keep pace with that. One of the things that we have targeted as a reasonable number is doing about $300,000 a year in capital improvement costs. We do have aging infrastructure. This is probably the most important resource that we provide in the town, and it's directly tied to public health. So just making sure that we're staying up with all that is paramount. And next year, one of the things we would do that's in the budget now is to fund a water capital needs and rate study, and just taking a look at that. It's been about 11 years or so since we did our last one. We did use that when we did our last increase, but what we're seeing as far as sort of equity with the rates that we're looking at, we're not out of line with the rest of the state, and then what we're seeing in the valley itself. So based on 10,000 gallons used, the town of Basalt currently would charge $51.68. The increase would take it to $55.50. 57. So it's approximately a $4 increase for 10,000 gallons. When the state does collect information, they do an annual survey to determine what rates are for water and sewer across the state, and the average was $67.93. So a little more than $12 above where we would be. Now that does include big cities to small towns, both here and in the Front Range. But I think water infrastructure and requirements in the state are fairly standardized. And then we look at Carbondale. Carbondale's at $48.42. Mid-Valley Metro still rather low at $24. And then City of Glenwood Springs, they've just increased theirs due to a similar situation of needing to keep up with capital improvements and such, and they're at $62. And then they're going to be raising it 5% a year over the next 5 or so years. So actually, it looks like until the year 2030, so longer than that. So we're in the neighborhood of where the rest of the valley sits, some lower, some higher. And I think one of the differentials with Mid-Valley Metro is, so much of the development, we're sort of a mature part of the water system over here. They are also getting a lot of development over there, and those system investment fees that can help, and I think that does help them keep their costs down there. Whereas we're just not seeing as much of that over here, so we do really rely heavily on the monthly the monthly fees. So with that, that's.
Do we have any modeling that would suggest that price increase? I mean, are we modeling a kind of linear water consumption based on that price, or is the price increase going to create more conservation and less water consumption? And you always have to figure out whether you're trying to encourage virtuous behavior or whether you're trying to raise money. And we're trying to raise money here.
Well,
but are we going to get that? Or are we going to get virtuous behavior?
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't see or anticipate people not utilizing a similar amount of water. When we did a 40% increase, we didn't see much in the way of that change. So I think that's
elasticity. What is it, Bill? Inelasticity or elasticity?
The inelastic. People don't change based upon a price change.
Right. Thank you. All right. Well, then the question before us is whether there was a motion to approve ordinance number 16, series of 2021, authorizing water rate charges increases.
This is 7G, right?
Yes.
16.
Mayor, I move that the town council
go.
approve ordinance
Perfect.
number
That's
16,
fine.
series of 2021 on first reading and set the public hearing and second reading for November 23rd? Okay,
Yeah, you got it.
2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes. And now I will congratulate the council. Actually, we did a lot tonight. We authorized bonds. We handled the difficult development applicant. We got a lot done in here tonight. I appreciate everybody's efforts.
Stick-to-itiveness? No?
Thank you.
You guys were rather efficient.